So we couldn't even arrange visas for our football team. Hey. Uma visa. Morning. Yeah, so Mr. Ramsipidi, what's happening?
The witness is here, my lord.
Where is he?
He's here. He just came in.
Okay. Yes, can you start then?
As the court pleases, my lord, may I quickly provisionally be excused?
Hello?
May I quickly be provisionally excused whilst Mr. Jonas is out?
It's coming back. It just says directing somebody to go to the palace. And he says he's coming back.
Okay, well, that's fine.
Yeah. So where's the witness?
As the court pleases, my lord, we call Colonel B.T. Khumalo.
Yeah, swear the witness in.
Your full names for the record, please.
Thank you, my lord. My name is Udomngane. It's Butomncane. Timothy Khumalo, my lord.
Okay.
Any or objection in taking the oath?
I have no objection, my lord.
Do you consider the oath to be binding on the conscience?
Yes, my lord.
Do you then swear that the evidence you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing else but the truth? If so, raise your right hand and say, so help me God.
So help me God.
The witness is sworn in, my lord.
Thanks.
Good morning, Colonel.
Good morning, my lord.
Good morning, Mr. Jonas.
Good morning, Dr. Ramsey.
Now, Colonel, before we proceed, thank you so much for making time to be here, having come a long distance from the far lands of KwaZulu-Natal. Now, just a brief house rules, Colonel, as to how I conduct my interaction with witnesses. Firstly, I'm going to ask you to speak as loud as you can so that everybody here in court can capture your testimony. Do you understand?
I understand, my lord.
And secondly, where you don't understand a question or a proposition, just ask for it to be clarified or repeated so that you can answer to what you understand. Do you understand?
I do understand, my lord.
And thirdly, give the interpreter, Mr. Jonas, if you are explaining something, pause a bit so that he can have an opportunity to interpret fully. Do you understand?
I do understand, my lord.
And finally, you are a seasoned investigator. Just feel free and give your evidence confidently.
Yes, my lord.
Now, you are a member of the South African Police, is that correct?
That is correct, my lord.
Labo kuyiqiniso-ke ukuthi-ke ngiyilunga lesikhosi noma-ke ngiyiphoyisa la eNingizimu Afrika.
Can you place your curriculum vitae within the South African Police from the date you first went to Police Training College until now, the position you are occupying now?
Thank you, my lord. I was enlisted in the SAPS 1990, January 6.
Kuqala kwami-ke esiphoyiseni noma emaphoyiseni kwakungu-A6 zikaJanuwari ngo-1990.
I became a constable from 1990 up until 1996.
Ukusuka-ke ngo-1990 kuyofika-ke ngo-1996 ngaku-constable.
Then from 96 I was promoted to a rank of a sergeant.
Ukusuka-ke ngo-96 ngase ngikhushulwa-ke ngaso isikhundla ukuba usajeni.
Then I was again promoted from a sergeant to a warrant officer in 1998.
Bese kuthi ngo-1998 ngakhushulwa futhi-ke nesikhundla ukusuka-ke kusajeni ukuya-ke ku-warrant officer.
From warrant officer to become a captain, I stayed quite some times because I was promoted to a rank of a captain in 2015, November.
Kwangithatha-ke isikhathi ukuthi ke bangikhuphuleke ngesikhundla ukusuka ke ku-warrant officer ukuyoba u-captain ngoba ke uma ngikhushulwa ke ngesikhundla phecelezi ke i-promotion ngayithola ngoNovember ka-2015 ukuba u-captain.
Then, my lord, I became a lieutenant colonel this year, 1st of March 2026.
Bese kuthi kuwona ke lo nyaka ngeyi-1 zika-March 2026 ngaba ke u-lieutenant colonel.
Furthermore, my lord, I've been a detective since 1996 till to date.
Ukusuka ke ngaye u-1996 ukuzofika ke namuhla ke ngiyumseshi phecelezi ke u-detective.
Now, how many years in total, Lieutenant Colonel, have you been in the employ of the South African Police Services?
36 years, my lord.
Ukuzofika ke namuhla ke neminyaka ewu-36 ngisebenzela amaphoyisa.
And are you currently attached to a particular specialist unit, or are you attached to a particular police station?
I'm attached to a specific unit, my lord.
And which unit is that?
I am now in KZN Taxi Violence Unit, my lord. Taxi Violence Unit.
Manje ke ngisebenza ke ngaphansi kwayo ke i-taxi violence unit noma ke i-unit ke ebhekene ke no dlame ke ematikumboni yamatekisi eKZN.
And why is that unit operating from? Is it at the district level, provincial level? At what level is that unit?
Provincial level, my lord.
I-level ke esebenza kuyona ke leyo unit leyo ke i-level yesifundazwe.
Now, Lieutenant Colonel, let us come to the meat of why we called you. Are you familiar with the Nongoma case 163 of 10/2018?
Yes, I am, my lord.
Asize ke kudaba ke elibangela ukuthi ke ube lana ngabe uyalazi yini ke iqala leli ke u163 lakwaNongoma 163/10/2018 yebo ngiyalazi.
Were you at any stage allocated this matter to investigate?
It is correct, my lord. It was allocated to me.
Ngabe kwakunesikhathi ke la iqala leli ke noma idokodo la iqala leli lanikezwa kuwena ukuthi uphenye yebo lanikezwa mina.
Colonel, without limiting your answers, I want you to elaborate fully as to how you came into contact and be seized with the investigation of this matter. Nongoma case 163 of 10/2018.
Sorry, my lord. Can I give the background of how this
Yes.
case came about?
Yes.
Thanks a lot, my lord. During 2018, my lord, in October,
Kwathi ke ngo-October ka-2018
we were busy with investigation of murder cases in Wangom.
lapho ke esasiphenya khona ke amacala okubulala akwaNongoma.
My lord, by then I was in the PKTT by then.
Ngaleso sikhathi leso ke ngangisebenza ngaphansi kwayo ke iPKTT.
Can you please explain what the PKTT means for those who are not knowledgeable about these abbreviations and acronyms?
It was political killings tax team, my lord.
Kwakuyithimba ke elalibhekene nokubulawa kwabosopolitiki
Proceed.
noma eliphenya ke amacala okubulawa kwabosopolitiki.
So while we were doing investigation, I was approached by then the warrant officer Mtolo, but now he's a captain,
General Officer
a warrant officer
Mtolo.
Mtolo.
Ngaleso sikhathi leso ke kweza kumina ke kwaku-warrant officer ke Mtolo ngaleso sikhathi uwu-captain ke manje.
He was originally from the taxi violence, my lord.
La ebuya khona ke wayebuya ke ngaphansi ke ku-unit lena ke ebhekene nodlame kwimboni noma kumkhakha wamatekisi.
He asked me to assist him to arrest a certain suspect who was wanted in his matter.
Wangicela ukuthi angimsize noma ngimlekelele ukubopha umsolwa owayefunwa kwicala lakhe noma kwicala lelo ayelithenge.
The reason why he asked, sorry?
Just give a chance, I see that.
Okay. So the reason why my lord was asking us, because we're on Nongom on daily basis. So that is the reason why he asked us to get for him the suspect.
You were in Nongoma on a daily basis.
On a daily basis because we're investigating cases of.
Isizathu ke sokuthi ke angiceleke ingoba sasikwa Nongoma amalanga onke noma njalo nje sasikwa Nongoma ingakho ke angicela ukuthi angimsize ukubopha umsola loyo ayemfuna.
And Colonel, sorry to get into your mouth. Who was the suspect that Officer Mtolo requested you to assist in tracing?
So according to EJ50 that he provided to me, it was Qiniselani, Begin Tinta or Begin Tinta,
Just a moment.
Qiniselani,
Beki.
Begin Tinta, if I'm not mistaken, Uteles, my lord.
Ubani ke umsola loyo ayecela ke uwarrant office ukuthi ke umbophe kwakuqiniselani bekithinta Buthelezi uma ngingenzi iphutha.
Proceed then, Lieutenant Colonel.
So I think within few days, my lord, because we have to inform us around the area. So the informer gave us information that the person that we are looking for, he pointed him to us. He was a little bit far. That's the person we are looking for.
Kwaba nje kwathatha ke amalanga ke ngoba ke sasinabantu ke besinikeza ke imbikako noma ke besiphathela ke information ulwazi kuyona ke indawo leyo phecelezi ke ama informer wasikhombisa ke umuntu loyo umuntu ke wayeqhelileke kuthina kodwa ke wamkhomba ke wathi nangu ya umuntu enimfunayo.
And sorry, Colonel, the J50 warrant of arrest for Officer Mtolo's matter was in respect of which case?
It was in respect of a murder case that took place in 2016 in the area of Nongoma, my lord.
Incwadi ke eyayigunyazisa ukuboshwa phecelezi ke iJ50 kwicala lika lakhe ke uwarrant officer Mtolo kwakuyicala ke la ngo2016 la elokubulala ke khona kwaNongoma.
Proceed then, Lieutenant Colonel.
So as we, as a team, then the members of the combat office, it was NIU by then and TRG, then rushed to the suspect and apprehended him, my lord.
Amalunga ke kwakuyi NIU ngaleso sikhathi kanye nayo ke iTRT base begijima ke beya kuyena ke umsola.
Proceed.
After arresting him, my lord, the suspect was found in possession of a firearm.
Emuva kokuthi bembophileke umsola watholakala enesibhamu kuyena.
So upon questioning him, he failed to show or produce a license to possess such. My lord.
Emuva kokuthi esehlonywe ngemibuzo ke akazange ke akwazeke noma aphumeleleke ukuthini ke anikezeke ngelicense noma ke iphepha elimvumelayo ke ukuthi abe naso isibhamu leso kuyena.
Proceed.
As a result, the suspect, my lord, was then taken to Nongoma police station. He was processed there. Consequently, he appeared in court for possession of unlicensed firearm and ammunition, my lord.
Emuva kwalokho ke umsola wayesethathwa ke ehanjiswa ke police station yakwaNongoma ila khona ke mafika khona ke uthathwa ke imininingwane yakhe wathweswa ke icala lokutholakala ke ngongekho emthethweni nesibhamu kanye futhi nezinhlamvu emuva kwalokho wahamba kwayobingelela imanje.
Okay. And in relation to the Nongoma case 16310 of 2018, were there any other additional charges except the firearm offenses for which Mr. Tenisenali Buthelezi was arrested?
Not at all, my lord. He was charged with the possession of unlicensed firearm and ammunition, my lord.
Ingabe akhona yini amanye amacala ke engezwa ngaphandle kwalelo ke kuyena ke kulelo cala kwaNongoma cha awekho amanye kwakuyilelo lokutholakala nesibhamu ngokungemthetho kanye futhi nezinhlamvu.
Now, Lieutenant Colonel, let's move to this aspect. During my interaction with you in preparation for you coming to testify in this honorable court, I requested you to bring along the original case docket, Nongoma case 16310 of 2018. Did you bring it with?
Yes, I came along with it, my lord.
Ngicelile-ke ngesikhathi silungiselela-ke ukuthi uze uzokuthi ubufakazi uthi uze nedokodo-ke ekuyilona phecelezi-ke i-original lalo-ke icala leli u-16310 of 2018 yebo ngize nalo.
Just one aspect, I mean, the third ballot, sorry for that. Just one, this possession case for the unlawful possession of firearm of Teniselani Buthelezi, what case number is that?
It's Nongoma 163 of 10, 2018.
Leli cala-ke leli lakhe eqiniselani-ke lokutholakala-ke nesibhamu kanye ney'nhlamvu inamba yakhona u-16310 2018.
Now, Lieutenant Colonel, you've testified that you are in possession of the original Nongoma case 16310 of 2018. Now, here's the issue. Sergeant Mohani and Brigadier Gininda testified that such a docket was in their possession, which is the unit headed by Brigadier Gininda, the National Cold Case Unit. Do you know anything about that?
No, my lord. What I can say, this case was never being a court case. It was a court going from 2018 up until it was finalized, my lord.
2018.
Yes.
Naku-ke engakutshela kona-ke Lieutenant Colonel ukuthi-ke kubufakazi abebethulile-ke uSergeant Mohane kanye naye-ke uBrigadier Gininda abatshela le nkantolo-ke ukuthi-ke i-original-ke yedokodo leli-ke lecala leli babe nalo bona babeliphethe kubona kukhona-ke okwaziyo ngalokho nanjengoba besebenza ngaphansi kwayo-ke i-National Cold Case cha alikaze idokodo noma icala leli-ke libe ngaphansi kwayo i-National Cold Case icala leli-ke ebelisenkantolo ukusuka-ke ngo-2018 kwaze kwayisikhathi la elaqedwa khona-ke noma-ke elathi lafinyelela khona-ke emaphethelweni.
And has there been a stage where that docket was removed from your control and possession by any unit other than the unit that you were working for?
My lord, what I can elaborate, since this case, the suspect in this matter was also a suspect on another murder case.
Ingaba kunesikhathi-ke la khona idokodo leli lalike lasuka-ke kwi-unit le wena owawuyisebenzela-ke lahamba mhlawumbe ladlulisela kwenye-ke i-unit engabusho lana ukuthi-ke umsolwa lona nanjengoba-ke wayewumsolwa kwelinye futhi icala lokubulala. Yes.
So it was taken and joined to this murder where the accusers got a J50.
Lathathwa-ke lahlanganiswa naleli cala leli-ke la umsolwa khona-ke wayenencwadi eyayigunyazisa ukuboshwa kwakhe phecelezi-ke i-J50.
So the reason why it was combined, my lord, is because the firearm whom we found with was linking to the murder case that the accusers got a J50 on it.
Isizathu-ke sokuthi-ke ahlanganiswe-ke yingoba-ke isibhamu lesi esatholakala kuyena umsolwa isibhamu-ke esahlanganiswa necala kwatholakala-ke ukuthi-ke isibhamu leso-ke esasebenza noma esasetshenziswa kwicala leliyana lokubulala awayefunwa kulona-ke awene-J50 kulona umsolwa.
Let's simplify it, Lieutenant Colonel. The firearm that was found in the possession of Teniselani Buthelezi, a criminal charge was laid under 163-1028, right?
Yes.
And that firearm is now ballistically analyzed, and it is found that it is related to a murder which occurred in the J50 warrant in the Mtolo matter. Is that my understanding of your explanation?
That is correct, my lord.
Uma singakwenza lokho noma sikhulume nje ngendlela elula-ke ukuthi-ke isibhamu-ke lesi esatholakala noma atholwa naso uqiniselani kwicala leli enambophela lona kwathi-ke uma ngaba sesihamba-ke noma sebesithatha beyosihlola kwatholakala ukuthi-ke isibhamu leso-ke esasetshenziswa noma esasebenza kuleli yacala-ke le-J50 u-warrant officer Mtolo ayecele ukuthi-ke umlekelele ngalo. Yebo kuyiqiniso lokho.
So on the top of your head, would you recall the case number for the Mtolo investigation murder case? What case number was it?
It was Nongoma 410,
Just. Yes.
410 of 12, 2016, my lord.
Lelo icala noma ke inamba yalelo cala ke lelo eliphenywa uyena ke warrant officer Mtolo unongoma 410 12 2016.
And now your explanation, if I correctly understand you, is that what Nongoma 16310 of 2018 and Nongoma 410, the one that Mr. Jonas has just read out now, were consolidated together and they went to court together as one and the same.
That is correct, my lord.
Ingabe ngikuzwa kahle yini ke ukuthi ingabe ngikuzwa kahle ke ukuthi icala leli ke eli 16310 ka 2018 naleli ke unongoma 410 12 2016 ahlanganiswa ke uma ngabe seyenkantolo aya kuyicala elilodwa yebo ngosenkantolo.
And to which court were these matters being, so sorry, Mr. Jonas?
It was dealt with at Circuit High Court in Mtunzini, my lord.
Just repeat that.
Okay.
Just attending to the phone. Sir. Just repeat that.
Oh, I just asked the witness at which court were these matters had, the murder case and the possession of firearm.
The answer is
The answer, my lord, I said it was dealt with at Circuit Court that was sitting at Mtunzini.
manje ke yipi inkantolo ke eya lalela ke lamacala noma aye kuyiphi ke inkantolo uthi ke inkantolo ke phecelezi ke bizwa ngokuthi ke i-Circuit Court inkantolo ke esukayo ke kuleyo ndawo ekuyona ke ibe isiyaphuma ke mhlawumbe ke kwisifunda ke ndaweni ithize ebizwa ngokuthi ke Mtunzini.
Now, in the light of the proposition that I've put to you that Brigadier Gininda and Sergeant Mohani say that they also have a docket, Nongoma Case 163 of 10/2018. Do you know perhaps, Lieutenant Colonel, if there's a duplicate docket, because we are still going to get to the meat of this, but I want to find out from you if there's a duplicate docket, the Nongoma Case 163/10/2018, which is a possession of firearm case, and a Nongoma case 163/10 of 2018, which is a murder case.
My lord, there is no duplicate for this matter unless if Brigadier got the copies. I don't know from, but the duplicate is only the original only.
Ingabe ngokwazi kwakho ke akhona yini ke phecelezi ke la ekwenziwe khona ke idokotela eliphecelezi ukubuza ukuthi elelinye ke i-duplicate iloku ke ebingiqeda ukutshela kona ke okusho uyena uBrigadier Gininda. Mina ke ngokwazi kwami alikho ngaphandle kokuthi ke uBrigadier unamakhopi kodwa ke idokoto yileli.
And have you ever had sight of the National Cold Case Unit's version of the docket that they have under Nongoma Case 163/10 of 2018?
Not at all, my lord, because this matter was never being a court case.
Ingabe usuke wabona yini ke manje idokodo ke lelo abathi abanalo ke bona kubona ngaphansi kwayo i-National Cold Case? Cha, angazi ngikubona ngoba ke alikaze icala leli noma idokodo leli libe ngaphansi kwayo i-National Cold Case.
Now, Lieutenant Colonel, do you have the original charge sheet of the Nongoma Case 163/10/28 within that docket that you have?
No, I don't have the original charge sheet. I have the docket.
Okay.
The charge sheet, I think, is like at court.
Kodwa incwadi ke phecelezi ke lena ebizwa ngokuthi i-charge sheet la amacala ke abhalwa khona anginayo idokodo kuphela kunalo ngicabanga ukuthi ke senkantolo.
Now, within that docket, does it have from the case administration system, the Nongoma Case 163/10 of 2018, does it have any suspect by a name of Bongani Sandisontanzi?
No, she was only one suspect, the one whom we found with a firearm, unlicensed firearm, my lord.
Ngabe ukhona yini ke umsola lapho ke kulona idokodo lelo ke unegama elubongani Sandisontanzi? Cha, kunomsola oyedwa lapha yana ilona esamthola nesibhamu.
Does that docket contain any witness statement implicating Bongani Sandisontanzi?
Not at all, my lord. The statements that are there are statements for the policemen only. There's no even single witness who mentioned the name of Umdazi, my lord.
Ingaba lapho zikhona yini ke izitatimende zofakazi abakhuluma ke noma abafaka eqaleni ubongani Sandiso Ntanzi? Cha, Nkosi yenkantolo, izitatimende ezikhona lana ke izitatimende zamaphoyisa akukho ke nala futhi ke ekhulunywa noma ekushiwo khona ke igama lika Ntanzi.
Now, Lieutenant Colonel, let's go deeper into this aspect. I'll give you, for the sake of background, so that we are on the same page, you and I, what has been testified about here in court regarding Nongoma Case 16310 of 2018. Now, Sergeant Mohane testified that he started investigating the Nongoma Case 16310-2018 from January 2020. Do you know anything about that?
No, no, my lord.
Lana ke ufakazi obethula uyena ke uSergeant Mohane ukuthi ke uma ngabe eqala yena ukuphenya ke icala lelo lokaNongoma 16310 of 2018 kwakungo January 2020. Kukhona yini okwaziyo ngaloko? Cha, Nkosi yenkantolo.
And Sergeant Mohane and Brigadier Gininda testified that they discovered this Nongoma Case 16310-2018 amongst others of the cases that they said Bongani Sandiso Ntanzi was involved during their profiling of Bongani Sandiso Ntanzi. Do you understand?
Yes, I do understand.
Bathi ke mabethula ubufakazi babo ke uSergeant Mohane kanye naye ke Brigadier Gininda ukuthi batholeke icala leli lokaNongoma 16310 of 2018 ingesikhathi ke ababefaka ke imininingwane yakhe ke uBongani Sandiso Ntanzi ke noma ke kwi-system yabo ke ila abalithola khona icala lelo, ngiyakuzwa.
And Sergeant Mohane testified further that the Nongoma Case 16310 of 2018 and other alleged cases that Mr. Ntanzi was allegedly involved in were allocated to him for investigation by Brigadier Gininda. Are we on the same page?
Yes, we are on the same page, my lord.
Nokuthi ke uma iqhubeka ke uSergeant Mohane ukuthi ke leli cala leli ke 16310 2018 kanye namanye amacala awayekuwona ke uBongani Sandiso Ntanzi ukuthi ke uBrigadier Gininda wawanikeza yena ukuthi awaphenye, ngiyakuzwa.
Now, Lieutenant Colonel, do you have any knowledge of Sergeant Mohane being tasked by Brigadier Gininda to investigate Bongani Sandiso Ntanzi on the Nongoma Case 16310-2018 for murder?
I have no idea, my lord. 163 of 10 is not a murder, it's a possession.
Unolwazi yini onalo la khona ke uSergeant Mohane anikwa ke umyalo uyena uBrigadier Gininda ukuthi ke aphenye icala u16310 2018 elokubulala lakwaNongoma? Cha, anginalo ulwazi, Nkosi yenkantolo, futhi ke icala leli ke u16310 of 2018 akusilona icala lokubulala kodwa ke ukutholakala nesibhamu kanye nenhlamvu.
And as the investigating officer, sorry?
I don't know if I can. Furthermore, my lord, there's a system in the police course, case administration system.
Yes.
So this case administration system can show that this case has never moved from me up until this finalization. So if Sergeant Mohane said he wants to investigate it, but on the system it doesn't show that.
Futhi ke sinohlelo ke noma intelo ke lapha na kuthina ke ezibe ngokuthi ke i-case administration system emaphoyiseni yona ke ekhombisayo netshengisayo ke ukuthi ke lelicala ke ngaso sonke isikhathi lale kumina ke alikaze lisuke kumina uma ngabe esho kanjalo ke uSergeant Mohane, kodwa uma ngabe uyobheka ke kwi-system yethu ke alikhombisi kanjalo noma alikusho lokho.
Lieutenant Colonel, let me say I'm so glad that you raised the issue of the CAS system, the CAS system. I'm going to take you through that at length so that we get to the bottom of this in due course. But at the moment, let us finalize these points. As an investigating officer of Nongoma Case 16310 of 2018, were you at any stage contacted by Brigadier Gininda or Sergeant Mohani to discuss this case or to obtain copies of the docket in this matter?
So, my lord, at one stage, I was approached by General Kumalo, who is now the head of Crime Intelligence National.
Ingabe sikhona yini isikhathi la khona ke uBrigadier Gininda noma ke uSergeant Mohane beza kuwena ke noma baxhumana nawe bethi ke bafuna ke imininingwane yalo icala leli ke noma ke kukhona nje abakufunayo mayelana necala leli kunesikhathi la khona ke uGeneral Khumalo okuyena ke manje ophethe ke nationally intelligence. Sorry, he's the head of?
He's the head of Crime Intelligence.
Yes, Crime Intelligence kwiNingizimu Afrika yonke.
By then, he was in charge of the PKT by then.
Ngaleso sikhathi leso uyena ke owayehola iPKT noma ke ithimba leli bengishiyo ngaphambili elaliphenya ukubulawa kwesopolitiki.
So he asked me to meet Brigadier Gininda because Brigadier Gininda wants to have information in this case of 163 regarding the suspect.
Wangicela ke ukuthi ke uyacela ukuthi ke angihlangane noBrigadier Gininda ngoba ke uBrigadier Gininda khona ke ulwazi awayelifuna ke mayelana nalo icala leli ke u163 mayelana nomsola.
And which aspect in particular was Brigadier Gininda interested in on that Nongoma Case 16310 of 2018?
Qiniselani Buthelezi.
Imuphi ke umsola awayefuna ukwazi ngaye kulelo cala lelo ku163 uBrigadier Gininda Qiniselani Buthelezi.
Proceed.
So he wanted to find out how he was arrested, how is the firearm. So he wanted to, according to me, he wanted to find out whether this firearm that we found him with is not linking somewhere in their matter. I don't know what matter was he referring to, but he said he wanted to check whether this firearm is not linking into their matter.
Wathi ke wayefisa ukwazi noma efuna ukwazi ke ukuthi uqiniselani lona waboshwa kanjani ke efuna ukwazi nangaso ke isibhamu ukuthi ke isibhamu leso ke awaboshwa naso noma esatholakala kuyena ukuthi ke akukho yini okusihlanganisayo nelabo icala ngazi ukuthi yiliphi icala labo ayikhuluma ngalo kodwa wayithi nje ufuna ubheka lokho ukuthi ke akukho kuhlanganisa lesa sibhamu necala labo.
Proceed.
So when we meet with him, I think it was King Shara Airport because he was waiting for the flight. So he only took the lap number, if I can remember correctly.
Ngesikhathi esahlangana ngaso ke ngoba ngicabanga ukuthi sahlangana ke King Shaka Airport ngoba ke wayilindele indiza ke lapho awakuthatha phela wathatha ke inumber yase lap
Because he wanted to do a cooperation ballistic.
ngoba ke wayefuna ke ukuthi ke aqhathanise ngokwalapho ke ibhamu eyibhekwa noma eyiphenywa khona.
Okay,
So that was a short conversation, a short meeting, and then we separated, my lord.
Kwaba umhlangano ongazange uthathe isikhathi wabamfishane kakhulu sase siyehlukana ke.
Now, I was still taking you through the version of Sergeant Mohani. Is there anything that you want to add on that aspect?
No, I
before?
want to go to Bukhada now.
Okay, all right, I'm happy.
My lord, if I remember correctly, I can't remember correctly, but I received a call
Yes.
from Sergeant Mukhani. By then, he was already at Walongo.
Mangikhumbula kahle ke ngathola ucingo olabuya kuyena ke uSergeant Mukhane ngaleso sikhathi leso ke waye kwaNongoma.
He was coming to look for the same docket 160 of 10.
Wayezeke ezobheka lelo noma izofuna lona ke idokodo lelo usi16310.
So when they got into a case system, it was that discovered that the case is with me as an IO, my lord.
Mangabe besebeya ke kwisystem yethu ke la bathola yona ke icase ila athola khona ke ukuthi ke idokodo lelo ke lali kumina ke kumina futhi ke ophenyayo.
So he asked me to provide him with the copies of the same docket, Nongoma 163 of 10, 2018.
Wangicela ke ukuthi ke ngimnikezeke kwana ngicela ukuthi ke menzele ke amakhophi alo idokodo lelo u16310 2018.
And did you oblige him?
Sorry?
Did you oblige him with copies?
No, my lord. I told him that the docket was with Advocate Kaba, the prosecutor, because by then it was on the third stage at High Court.
Ingabe wamnikeza ke yini amakhophi lawo? Cha, ngamtshela ukuthi idokotela likuyena ke uadvocate uGaba okwakuyena kwa umshushisi ngoba ke ngaleso sikhathi leso ke icala ke laseliqulwe noma liqalile ukuthi liqulwe enkantolo ephakeme.
Okay.
So I provided him with the number of Advocate Gaba to contact him and arrange with him, my lord.
Ngase ngimnikeza ke imininingwane noma phecelezi ke inamba yakhe uadvocate uGaba ukuthi ke axhumane naye.
And you wouldn't know whether the two interacted and what transpired, is that correct?
I learned later, my lord, that they did communicate and then they made an arrangement with Advocate Gaba and they went to him and he provided them or him with the copies, my lord.
Ngakuthola ke noma ngezwa ke kamuva ukuthi ke impela ke baxhumana base noma yena ke umukhane waya kuyena ke uadvocate uGaba ke wamnikeza ke icopy.
Just in passing, Lieutenant Colonel, you keep on mentioning Advocate Gaba. Is he the same Advocate Gaba that was based at the Joburg High Court at some stage?
That is correct, my lord.
Ukhuluma ngoadvocate uGaba ngaba uyena ke lo owake nesikhathi la wayeke wasebenza khona ke enkantolo ephakeme yase Joburg? Yebo uyena kusenkantolo.
Now, moving on, are you happy with that aspect? You've covered it.
No, I'm covered.
Okay, thank you. Now, Sergeant Mohane testified as follows, and now we are talking specifically in relation to the arrest of Mr. Ntanzi. He stated that on the 16th of June 2020, they attended upon, he says Puking, but it is Freedom Park, phase 2 in Rustenburg. Okay, and they attended upon the residence where Mr. Ntanzi was hiring. They found Mr. Ntanzi, introduced themselves, and told him that they were there to arrest him on the Nongoma matter, which happens to be this Nongoma case 163 of 10/2018.
Manje ke kufakazi bakhe ke uSergeant Umukhane uthi ngazo i16 kuJune 2020 mahamba ke baye eFreedom Park ekuyila ayehlala khona ke umntana uNtanzi ilapho ke abasebenzi bemtshela khona ke ukuthi ke bayambopha bembophela lona ke icala leli labanongoma 16/10/2018.
And he says, and I'm going to quote his words here in court, Sergeant Mohane, he says, when he arrested Bongani Ntanzi, he told him, and I quote, "We are arresting him regarding the Nongoma case and that he was a suspect in a case of murder in Nongoma where a firearm was found." Does this accord with your understanding of your investigation of the Nongoma case 163/10/2018? That it's a murder case and a firearm was found?
My lord, this is not a murder case. And in this case, it's a possession. And there's no suspect by the surname of Ntanzi in that case. It's only Utilezi.
Lana ke uthi ke wasemtshela ke uBongani Sandiso Ntanzi ukuthi yambopha ke bophela lona ke icala labanongoma lokubulala la ekwatholakala khona ke isibhamu. Ngabe ke ulwazi lolo ke onalo uphenyo lakho ukuthi ke kwenzeka ngaleyo ndlela kusenkantolo kulecala ke noma alikho ke icala lokubulala futhi ke kwakuyilo lokutholakala ke nesibhamu kanye nenhlamvu engekho futhi ke nomsolo lapho oUntanzi kwakuwubuthelezi umsolo oyelapho.
And as of the 16th of June 2020, were you still seized with the investigation of the Nongoma case 163/10 of 2018?
Yes, by then, in 2020, it was a court-driven matter, but at that time it was not transferred to High Court. It was still going to the District Court by the year 2020.
Ngalesikhathi lesike ngazo i16 lezi zika June 2020 ngabe icala ke lase kuwena ke noma ke kusokuwena usaliphenyayo kwakulalise kwinkantolo yesifunda ke ngaleso sikhathi leso lingekandluliselwa ke kwinkantolo ephakeme.
And as of sorry Mr. Jonas. And as of the 16th of June 2020, was this Nongoma case docket 163/10 of 2018 still under your direct control and possession?
Yeah, but by the year 2020, I think it was with Umdolo. Remember, my lord, in 2020 June, I was sick for the whole year, for almost 6 months.
Okay.
I came back in January 2021.
Okay.
Ngo-2020 ke ngicabanga ukuthi angicabangi iqala leli ke lali phansi ke ngomtolo noma ke umtolo ke oliphethe ngoba ke uqala ke ngoJune ka-2020 ngangingaphathekile ke kahle ngangigula ke ngabuya ke ngoJanuary ka-2021 manje umtolo ke umuntu owayephenya.
But according to your general knowledge, either from Officer Mtolo or the investigation of this matter, were you aware that a suspect was arrested in the first province, Rustenburg, in respect of the same case number, Nongoma Cas 163-10-2018, for a murder charge?
There was no other suspect that was arrested, specifically in this case, Unongoma 163-10-2018, except the initial suspect, of which is Mr. Utelis.
Ngaleso sikhathi leso wawunolwazi yini ke ukuthi ke kunomsolo owayeboshiwe ke eNorthwest eboshelwa lona ke icala leli akekho umsolo owayeboshiwe noma owaboshwa ke kulona ke icala leli omunye umsolo ke ngaphandle kwakhe lowo owayeboshiwe qala uButhelezi.
Now, earlier on, Lieutenant Colonel, I requested or I asked you whether there was an original charge sheet in that docket, and I'll tell you the reason why. I wanted to find out whether there's any notation on that charge sheet, but unfortunately you don't have it, but I'll complete this question. Whether there was a recordal or reflection or notation that a Sergeant Mohani charged a Bongani Sandison Tanzi with murder on the 16th of June 2020 while Mr. Tanzi was held at the Pretoria North, Pretoria's SABC police station.
Uzokhumbula ukuthi bengikubuzileke ukuthi khona yini ke i-charge sheet lapho kodwa ushilo ukuthi ke ayikho kodwa umbuzo ngizoqedelela ke ngoba bengizobuza ukuthi ngabe khona ke okubhaliwe yini lapho la ekushoyo ke khona ukuthi uSergeant Umukhane wathwesa ke icala uBongani Sandiso Ntanzi futhi ke wabe eseyovalelwa ke kwi-police station yase Pretoria North.
Sorry, was he arrested or was he charged? These are two different things.
Very well understood, my lord,
Yeah.
with all
Yeah,
due
yeah.
respect.
I just want to know.
We will come to that. There's an exhibit, I believe it's MM, which is the occurrence book for Pretoria North, where
Yeah, fine.
he says he charged.
Yeah, but factually, was he charged? Factually.
I'm going to what he said, he testified
Okay,
to
fine,
in
fine,
court.
fine.
I'm not aware factually because the charge sheet
No,
is
because
not
they
before us.
appeared in Benoni.
He appeared in Fosloras.
In Fosloras.
On which
There was no charge except the charges which we are busy with. That's all from my understanding. That's all.
if yes, my lord, but I'm not the what's the right word that I'm looking, the custodian of that information. That information will lie squarely on the shoulders of the state, my lord. We are going according to the allegations and the versions that were made by Sergeant Mohani in relation to this docket as it pertains to Mr. Ntanzi. That is a murder case, and he personally charged Mr. Ntanzi with that.
I see.
Now, sorry, my lord, I see Mr. Ntanzi has raised his hand. May I approach, my lord? And just on that point, my lord, Mr. Ntanzi has just reminded me that it was put to him by the state that on the 16th of June 2020, he was charged for the Nongoma case. And on the 26th of October 2020, he was then charged at Villeria for the this particular case, the Florus 63610-2020, and there was another charge on the 20th of June at Primrose regarding the Tlhabane possession of unlawful ammunition case, my lord. So we're going according to what was said here in court, my lord. That's the court process.
Uqeda ke ukungikhumbuza manje kumnumzana uNtanzi ukuthi ke umbuso noma ke umshushisi owasho kuyena ke ukuthi ke wayethweswe ke icala noma ke ethweswe lona ke icala leli lakwaNongoma nokuthi ke kwase futhi ke ngazo i26 zika October 2020 wabeke esethweswa lona icala leli ke phambi kwenkantolo waphinda futhi ngazo ke i20 zika June ke wathweswa ke icala eThabane. Sihamba ke manje ngokubufakazi obula phambi kwenkantolo.
I believe, Lieutenant General, I'll leave this issue of the occurrence book for now, because I want you to have the original occurrence book for you to have sight to this entry of Mohani that we are talking about. Unfortunately, the state will provide us with that during the tea break. So I'll deal with other aspects. It's fine. I'll have to show it to you first. Thank you, Brother Josh. Now, Lieutenant Colonel, did you at some stage come to know that Mr. Ntanzi is alleged to have been charged with a murder case in respect of that Nongoma case 16310 of 2018?
My lord, procedurally, in the SAPS, if you charge a person for a certain matter, his particulars or her particulars must reflect on page 5 of the dockets. Page 5 of the dockets.
Ingabe kuyinto eyafinyelela kuwena yini ke ukuthi ke umnumzana uNtanzi wathweswa ke icala lelo ke leli lakwaNongoma ngaphansi kwakhe u16310 of 2018 ngokwendlela ke yokusebenza emaphoyiseni. Uma ngabe umuntu ke ethweswe icala, imininingwane yakhe kufanele ukuthi ke ibe khona ke kuyiphepha noma ke ikhasi ke lesihlanu page 5 lalo idokodo. Yes,
one of the things that are very, very important that must reflect on page 5 is in the OB.
Ezinye zezinto ke ezisemqoka kakhulu ke kufanele zibe khona ke lapha kuyena page 5 iOB,
Cell register number,
futhi ke inumber ke noma lokho kubizwa ngokuthi ke cell register number,
as well as the fingerprint number.
kanye futhi ke nenumber ke yeminwe phecelezi ke ifingerprint number.
That is the proof that this person has been charged. So in this matter, on page 5, for only one accused or suspect.
Lokho ke ubufakazi ke noma ke kuyakhombisa ke noma ke ukhombisa ke ukuthi ke ngempela ke ukuthi ke umsolo loyo ke uthweswe icala, kodwa lana ke sinomsolo oyedwa kuphela.
Okay. Thank you so much, Lieutenant General. Now, with respect to this matter, and I'm going to ask it, it may seem silly, but I'm going to ask it. I've got my own reasons why I'm asking this. With respect to this Nongoma case 16310-2018 for possession of unlawful firearm, did you have any outstanding suspects in relation to that charge?
Not at all, my lord.
Manje ke kuleli cala u16310 of 2018 leli lakwaNongoma ke la kwatholakala kukhona umsolwa enesibhamu kanye nenhlamvu. Ngabe ukhona yini omunye umsolwa enani samthungatha? Cha, nkosenkantolo wayengekho.
And as of the 16th of June 2020, how far had that matter progressed, the investigation of that matter, if you recall?
163.
Yes.
No, it progressed very well, because even the directives that were given to us, we comply with them up until the matter was later transferred to High Court.
Manje ke ngazo i16 zika June 2020 makuthi usazika ukuthi icala lelo ke laliselihambe layofinyelela kuphi ke lalisa hamba kahle ke ngaleso sikhathi leso ke futhi ke naloko noma ke imiyalo esasinikwa ke sasikwenza ke lokho sasikutshelwa kwaze kwayisikhathi la khona ke icala lidluliselwa enkantolo ephakeme.
Now, still continuing with Sergeant Mohani's testimony here in court, he says, when Ntanzi was arrested at Freedom Park in Rustenburg, he's then transferred to to the Pretoria North Police Station on the 16th of June 2020. And at the Pretoria North Police Station, he makes an entry into the SAP10 or the occurrence book that Mr. Ntanzi is held in transito in respect of the Nongoma CAS 16310 of 2018. Do you want to comment on that?
Well, I cannot comment because we've got only one suspect is made.
Uyaqhubeka-ke nobufakazi bakhe uSergeant Mukhanya ukuthi ke masefika-ke noma ethweswa icala lelo lakwaNongoma eseyofakwa-ke kuma-cell noma ke-police station yase-Pretoria North ebhalwa-ke ey'ncwadini zakhona yena-ke uBongani Sandiso Ntanzi-ke mayelana nalo-ke icala lelo-ke lakwaNongoma. Ingabe khona yini ofuna ukuthi kusho kulokho? Akukho engakusho ngoba-ke kuleli cala leli umsolo esesinaye noma esinaye uyedwa vo.
And Lieutenant Colonel, can you just explain to us what your understanding is when an entry is made into the occurrence book that a suspect is held in transito in this respect, or in this instance, in respect for the Nongoma CAS 16310 of 2018? What does it mean?
So, my lord, it means that this suspect is a suspect of Nongoma. So he is being in transit to Nongoma to be charged and appear in Nongoma. They were keeping him just to sleep over, or just to sleep over there. Tomorrow they continue with their journey to Nongoma, where he will be officially charged, my lord.
Ingabe kusho ukuthini-ke uma kubhaliwe-ke ukuthi umsolwa-ke lapho-ke phecelezi-ke ngesingisi-ke suspect in transit ukuthi lokho kusho ukuthini-ke? Lokho kusho ukuthi-ke umuntu loyo-ke uthweswe icala-ke lakwaNongoma bamgcinile-ke lapho ukuthi-ke uzolala lapho, kodwa-ke kuzothi-ke uma sekusake nakusasa bazoqhubeka-ke naye yila azohamba aye khona kwaNongoma, yila azeyo khona-ke enkantolo-ke kwaNongoma.
And you say that the suspect is entered in transito because he's a suspect in Nongoma. But in this instance, and that was your investigation, Nongoma CAS 16310-2018, was Ntanzi a suspect in your matter?
Not at all, my lord.
Ingabe uNtanzi-ke wayomsola yini kwicala lakho? Cha, Nkosi enkantolo.
In fact, no, I'll deal with it. Now, Sergeant Mohane testifies further to say that they booked Ntanzi at around 22:45 p.m. on the 16th of June 2020 at Nongoma in transito. Then on the 17th, he is removed from the cells. He is taken to the boardroom, where amongst others of the alleged cases that he is involved in, he is asked in particular about the Nongoma murder case and the Fosloras murder case, which is the current case before this honorable court. And I'm going back to your testimony. Are you still, and is it still your testimony that there is no murder charge, according to your investigation, in the Nongoma CAS 16310 of 2018?
Yes, it's not a murder, it's a possession.
Mangabe ngitshela-ke ngalokho ngiqeda ukutshela ngakho-ke ukuthi-ke ngeyi-17 uNtanzi-ke base bemthatha-ke eya eboardroom bembuza-ke ngecala lokubulala lakwaNongoma, base bembuza nangalo-ke leli cala eliphambi kwenkantolo lokubulala. Ngabe kusewubufakazi bakho yini-ke ukuthi-ke alikho yini icala lokubulala-ke, lalingekho yini icala lokubulala laphayana kwaNongoma? Cha, lalingekho, kuyileli-ke lokutholakala nesibhamu ney'nhlamvu.
My lord, it's nearly 11. May I suggest that we take an early tea break? I need to take a comfort break, my lord. That's the court process.
Okay.
solely pertains to a firearm and it was not a murder investigation.
Yes, it is correct, my lord.
Ingabe ngaleso sikhathi leso wamtshela yini kuBrigadier Gininda ukuthi ke icala lelo uphenyo lapho lwalumayela nokutholakala nesibhamu nenhlamvu kuphela kwakungekho ukubulala yebo ngosenkantolo?
Now, I also want to correct myself. I made a wrong summary to you. I said to you, Mr. Ntanzi was reminding me that he was charged at Pretoria North and not at Villeria. Remember those three propositions that he was charged at Pretoria North. He was also charged at the Tlhabane, at Primrose for the Tlhabane matter, but he was never charged for this matter at the Villeria SAPS.
Yes, I remember.
Okay.
Yakhumbula kumtshela ke ngokuthola kwakhe icala eTlhabane ePrimrose kodwa akakaze athweswe ke leli icala eVilleria.
Now, Colonel, I'm going to hand you the original OB register for the Pretoria North SAPS. There are entries that are flagged with markers on the side, starting with the 16th of June 2020. I want you to read the entry at 467. It's been placed on record several times, but I want for your purpose, because now it pertains to your investigation, to place it on record again. Entry 467 at 2242. Can you read it in record, please, Lieutenant Colonel?
Thanks, my lord. This is an entry that was on the 16th of June 2020. That was on Tuesday. The entry was made at 2242. The OP number is 467. And then in transit to Detective Sergeant Mohane of National Court Case Unit with one male suspect on the Nongoma case 163 of 10/2018. Bongani Ntanzi, SAP 1464 of 6/2020, SAP 14A, this am I right, is 512-66765. Time of arrest is 2100 hours with no injuries. Contact number, I think, for Sergeant Mohane, same number is 071-242-6565 or 012-4000-6934.
Okubhaliweke la kafundeka ngalendlela ummeli umcelileke uKenya ukuthi afunde lana ngaphansi kwakhe ke u467 isikhathi u2242 kwakungolwesibili i16 sika June 2020 umsolwa ke okubhaliwe uDetective Sergeant Mohane we-National Cold Case Unit nomsolwa oyedwa umuntu wesilisa kwicala lakwaNongoma 16/10/2018 uBongani Ntanzi iSAP 146406-20 SAP 14A 512-66765 isikhathi sokuboshwa u9 ebusuku 2100 akalimele noma wayengalimele wabhalwa ke futhi ke nenamba yokuxhumana uSergeant Mohane. Yes.
And now, just on this entry alone, Lieutenant Colonel, you've testified that if indeed the suspect was held in transito, it was on a temporary basis to be transferred to Nongoma because he's got a case to answer in Nongoma, and that case will be 163/10 of 2018, correct?
That is correct, my lord.
Ukushilo ke lokho Lieutenant Colonel ukuthi ke makubhalwe ngalendlela ebhalwe ngayo lana ke ukuthi ke in transito kusho ukuthi ke lo muntu loyo ugcinwe isikhashana lapho usezondlulisela kakhona kwaNongoma noma icala kufanele ayobhekana nalo lekwaNongoma yebo ngosenkantolo.
And according to your further testimony this morning, you said that Mr. Ntanzi was not a person of interest or a suspect in your matter in relation to 163/10 of 2018, correct?
That is correct, my lord.
Uqinisa ukuthi ke uNtanzi wayengasiyena umsolo kwicala ke ngangeliphenya u163/10/2018 lakwaNongoma.
Now I've handed you another exhibit, Exhibit LL, Lieutenant Colonel. Before you place it on record, that's a notice of rights. Take this court through why a notice of rights will be issued to a suspect in relation to a particular matter.
Thank you, my lord. This is SAP 14A. It's a receipt that is handed to every arrested person.
Lana ke ngimiphephe ngiphethe ke kumina mabizwa ke SAP 14A linikezwa wonke ke umuntu oboshiwe
Before he's issued, an IO as an arresting officer has to explain his or her rights and the charge against him.
ngaphambi kokuthi ke angandluliselwa kumseshi noma ekulowo kuyena ke ozophenya icala lakhe iphoyisa lelo okuyilona ke elimbophile likufanele futhi ke limtsheleke ngamalungelo akhe kanye futhi necala lelo athweswa lona.
So after reading all the rights that is listed here, and then the arrested person will confirm and sign that he or she understood.
Emuva kokuthi ke sefundwe onke lamalungelo abhaliwe lana lowo ke oboshiwe uzoqinisekisa ke ukuthi ke ukuzwile lokho ke akufundele ngokuthi ke asayine.
So that was the case in this matter where I think Sergeant Mohane completed this receipt and issued to Bongani Ndans.
Yilokho ke kwenzeka ke lana ke la khona ke uSergeant Mohane wabhala khona bese ke wanikeza yena ke uBongani Ntanzi.
And the case number is on top and the charge is there, it's a murder.
Necala noma ke inamba yecala ibhaliwe phezulu nokuthi ke icala ke alithwesiwe yiliphi lokubulala.
And what is the case number on top that is notated there?
It's Nongoma case 10 of 2018. Oh, sorry. Nongoma case 163 of 10, 2018.
Inamba ke ibhaliwe lapha uNongoma 16310 ka 2018.
And you've also stated that the offense noted there is a murder case.
That is correct, my lord.
Ushilo ke ukuthi icala ke lapha lokubulala yebo ngosenkantolo.
Okay, let's move on now back to the occurrence book, Lieutenant General. The entry of the 18th of June, that will be entry 520. It is also flagged.
So, 18. Yes.
520.
Yes.
Can you place that on record, please, Lieutenant Colonel?
This is an entry that was made on Thursday, 2020, 06/18. The entry was made at 8:15, 8:15, and the OB is 5:20.
Okay.
And then it ends in investigation duty on Detective Sergeant Mohane, book one male suspect out on Nongoma case 163 of 10, 2018. One Bongani Ndanzi, SAP 14, 16 of 6, 2020. SAP 14A, yeah, it's a number, serial number, I think it's 1266763, without any injuries, my lord. Correctly received, and then there's a member who signs here.
Lana ke ngaphansi kwakhe ke u520 isikhathi u8:15 ekseni ngongolesine nge18 zika June 2020 bhaliwe ke ukuthi ke uphenyo uDetective Sergeant Mohane wakhipha ke umsola oyedwa umuntu wesilisa kwicala la kwaNongoma 16310 2018 uBongani Ntanzi SAPS 14 6406 2020 SAPS 14A u1S 1266763 engalimele noma wayengalimele kwase kwabhalwa ke ukuthi ke watholakala noma ke wamukelwa kahle unelunga ke elasayinda lapho.
What I want you to confirm, Lieutenant Colonel, do you see that all investigations in relation to the arrest of Mr. Ntanzi during that time, the 16th, the 18th, and you'll see again later on the 19th, it's in relation to the Nongoma case 16310 of 2018. So, according to the register, the occurrence book.
No, could you please repeat? I did not.
I want you to confirm that all investigations done out or bookings out and ins by Sergeant Mohale of Bongani Ntanzi relate to investigations for the Nongoma case 16310 of 2018.
That is correct, Your Worship.
Bengifuna ukuqinisekisa ke kuwena ukuthi ke uma ubuka ke lana ukuthi ke uma ngabe khishwa ebuyiswa noma ke kuthiwa kuyophenywa ke ukuthi konke lokho kubhalwe lapha kuyasho ke ukuthi ke wayekhisheka icala ke leli labanongoma u16310 2018 yebo kuyiqiniso lokho.
Let's go to the next entry, Lieutenant Colonel, on the 19th of June 2020, that will be 532.
Yes, Your Worship. Yes, my lord.
Yeah, can you kindly place that on record?
This entry was on the 19th of June. It was on Friday, 2020. The time is 02:35. It was early hours of the morning. 532. Suspect charge. Detective Sergeant Mohane of National Court Case Unit. Charge one male suspect of murder on Nongoma, case 163. Now it has changed now, 163 of 6, not of 10. It's 163
Yes.
of 6, 2018, Bongani Dance. Cell number is there 64/6 2020, 714A 512-66765. Charged correctly without any complaints or visible injuries. Correctly charged. And then the policeman or IO's side.
Lana ke ku 5 ngaphansi ko 532 nge-19 ka June 2020 kubhaliwe ukuthi ke umsola uthweswe icala Detective Sergeant Mohane obuya ngaphansi kwayo ke i-National Cold Case Unit ukuthi ke wathwesa icala umsola oyedwa ngecala lokubulala labanongoma inamba ke manje sishintshile u1636 aseyena ke 16310 2018 uBongani Ntanzi cell 6406 2020 SAPS 14A 51 or S1266765 uthweswe icala ke ngendlela ekuyiyona noma kahle akukho akhala ngako noma ke ukulimala okubonakalayo unephoyisa ke elasayina.
Now, Lieutenant Colonel, let's start with the erratum first, the error there. Sergeant Mohane testified that the 16306 of 2018 was an error and that it was supposed to read 163 of 10 2018. Do you understand? That's why there's an error there in the occurrence book.
I do understand, my lord.
Wakusho ke uSergeant Mohane ukuthi ke kwaba yiphutha ke la kubhalwe khona 166 2018 kwakufanele kuba u16310 of 2018 ngiyakuzwa lokho.
But the essence that I wanted you to put on record, and as per your earlier testimony, you said there are indicators of whether a person was charged or not, and some of those will be reflected in the occurrence book. Is there a reflection in that occurrence book, entry 532, that shows that Sergeant Mohane charged Bongani Ntanzi with murder in respect to the Nongoma case 16310 of 2018? The same one that we've just read.
Okay.
Is there confirmation that he was charged with murder by Sergeant Mohane?
Yes, there's a confirmation that Mohane charged him.
Yebo lana sikhona isiqinisekiso ke ngaphansi kwalo 532 athi qotha umfunda uKenya ukuthi ke uMohane wamthwesa icala umsola.
And can you remind me again, because I don't take notes as I question, I'm listening to the answers attentively. You said some of the indicators of whether a person will be charged will be a fingerprint, something. Can you remind me again? Sorry for having a lapse of memory on that.
My Lord, when a person is charged by an investigating officer, he or she must appear, or his party or her part must appear on page 5 of the docket.
Uma ngabe umuntu ethweswa icala ilowo ophenyayo uma umseshi imininingwane yakhe kufanele itholakale ku page 5 walo idokodo.
So on the page 5, there is a place for OB, SAP 14 number, there is a register as well as the fingerprint. That you need to write them there.
Laphayana ke kuyona page 5 kunendawo ke laphayana ke OB cell number ama fingerprints iminweke ekufanele ukuthi uyibhale khona lapho.
Now, earlier on you said you've got the docket. I want you to refer to it, Lieutenant Colonel, and we'll make copies of the relevant section at the long adjournment. All of those things that you've mentioned, the OB entry, the cell register is APS 14, and the fingerprint photo register, are they reflected on the docket that you have that Bongani Sandison Tanzi was charged on the 19th of June 2020 by Sergeant Mohani with murder relating to Nongoma Cars 16310 of 2018?
There is none, my Lord.
Manje ke kudokodo lelo liphethe wena ke lokho qeda ukusho ukuthi kufanele ukuthi kube khona ke ku page 5 kwalo dokodo ingaba khona yini ke okuyisiqiniseko noma okuqinisekisa ke ukuthi ke uSergeant Mohane wathwesa icala phecelezi ke ukucharge uBongani Sandiso Ntanzi akukho ngosenkantolo.
Now let's complete for completeness sake, and that's the point that I want to go to. The entry at 531 in the occurrence book.
Can
You
I
just
go?
read, yes, can you, yeah, please.
Thanks, my Lord. The entry on 531 on the same date, the 19th, that was made at 2:30 early hours of the morning. Investigation back. I think yes, because they took him back. Detective Sergeant Mohane of National Court Case Unit booked back one male suspect of murder on Nongoma case 163. Again, he put 6 instead of 10. Yes, it was alluded. Bongani Ntanzi, SAP 14 number 1646 2020, SAP 14A 512-6765, booked back without any complaint or injury, correctly handed. And then I think these are all signs.
Base kuthi ke ngazo futhi 19 ku June 2020 kwakuwolesihlanu iOB number noma ke inumber ke yayo incwadi lena u531 isikhathi ke u2:30 intathakusa buya ke kuphenyo Detective Sergeant Mohane we National Cold Case Unit wabuyisela ke umsolo oyedwa umuntu wesilisa kuqala lokubulala Nongoma case 163 waphinda futhi ke wabhala u6 manje ngoba bese kushiwo ke ka 2018 uBongani Ntanzi SAPS 14 64 20 SAPS 14A S1 266765 wabuyiselwa ke kungekho akhala ngako noma ukulimala nokuthi ke wabuyiselwa kahle.
Now, before we go to 534, I want to lay the basis for that. And we are still on the testimony of Sergeant Mohane. He testified that on the 19th of June 2020, he then removed Mr. Ntanzi from the cells, booked out Mr. Ntanzi from the cells at Pretoria North with the purpose of taking him to the Vosloorus Magistrates Court so that Mr. Ntanzi must go and greet the magistrate or judicial officer on the Nongoma case 163 of 10/2018.
Sisekubona ke ubufakazi bakhe uDetective Sergeant Mohane uthi ke ngazo ke i19 lezo wamkhipha-ke umnumzana uNtanzi epolice station-ke ngenhloso-ke noma ngenjongo yokuthi-ke ezohamba-ke eyobingelela imantshi eFosloras.
I'm following your worship, my lord.
Ngiyakuzwa ngosenkantolo.
And that when they arrive at the Fosloras police station, there's now a change of tact. The case that they seek to place on record is no longer the Fosloras case 16310 of 2018, but rather it's now a different case that they allege Mr. Ntanzi is involved in. It's Fosloras case 436 of 6/2020, which is now a drugs-related matter. Are you following me?
Yeah, I'm following, my lord.
Ukuthi-ke sebefikile-ke epolice station-ke eFosloras kwase kuyashintsha-ke manje ukuthi-ke icala-ke lelo manje ezovelela lona-ke enkantolo Ntanzi akusilona-ke leli manje lakaNongoma kodwa-ke manje elaseFosloras elihlanganisa noma-ke elinokwenza
Oh,
ney'dakamizwa
sorry. I said Fosloras police station, Fosloras court. Sorry. Thanks, Brother George, for the
enkantolo
correction.
yaseFosloras hhayi epolice station yaseFosloras kodwa kwakuseba elinye icala manje akusilona leli-ke ababemlethele lona.
My lord, maybe the prosecutor, the defense go to race, but I'm a little bit confused.
Yes.
How is it possible that in a Ngoma case, a person must appear here in Gauteng instead of appearing in Ngoma where the crime was committed, if there was a crime committed? But maybe the court go to get to that, but I'm a little bit confused.
Kunala engidideka khona-ke manje ukuthi kwenzeka kanjani ukuthi umuntu aveleke la eGoli noma-ke aze aye enkantolo la eGoli ethi-ke uyovelela-ke icala lakwaNongoma uma kuwukuthi-ke kunecala elenziwa khona lapho-ke kwaNongoma ukuthi-ke alivelele la eGoli angayi kwaNongoma. Ila engidideka khona.
Yeah, I'm also baffled as you are because
Sorry, no, the evidence here is very clear.
yes,
It was in transistor.
yes,
It was supposed to be delivered to
Yes.
Nongoma
yeah.
to face trial there. But the prosecutor in Boksburg, Fosloras, whatever you want to call it, refused to place it on the roll.
Which one?
Are you with me?
I'm with you.
So he was not going to appear in Joburg or in Gauteng. He was going to appear in Nongoma. That's the evidence in this court.
Uthi-ke
Yes,
ngosenkantolo ubufakazi-ke phambi kwale nkantolo ukuthi-ke icala lelo wayengazolivelela-ke la eGoli wayezohamba aye kwaNongoma kodwa-ke kwaba umshushiso onqabayo-ke khona lapho eBoksburg ukuthi icala lelo-ke libhalwe-ke kuy'ncwadi zasenkantolo yalapho hhayi ukuthi wayezolivelela la eGoli.
As the court places, my lord, I mean that's exactly what I was coming to explain to you. That as we read the first entry, it says in transito in respect of the Nongoma case. But the evidence also that is led in this case is that they were taking Ntanzi to go and appear in the Fosloras court in respect of the Nongoma 163 matter. But when they got to Fosloras, Mohani says, and I've got it here, he says, Nongoma was really far away. Then they decide to place the drugs case on the matter, which the prosecutor refused to place on the roll.
No, I'm following, my lord.
Phinde-ke ubufakazi obukhona-ke lana ukuthi-ke ubufakazi bakhe uMkhani ukuthi-ke uma ngabe beya-ke khona eFosloras kwakungenhloso-ke noma ngenjongo yokuthi-ke kube yicala lelo lakwaNongoma-ke kodwa-ke washo-ke ukuthi-ke kodwa-ke kwaNongoma kwakukude base bethatha-ke isinqumo sokuthi-ke kube yicala leliyana-ke ley'dakamizwa-ke kodwa-ke kwaba umshushisi onqabayo ukuthi-ke icala-ke alibekho noma-ke alibhalwe-ke noma livele phambi kwenkantolo. Ngiyakuzwa.
Now, let's go to something that, before we go there, go to entry 534 in the occurrence book in relation to this point that I've just made now.
Thank you, my lord.
Yeah, place
But
it on record, please.
534, there are two entries. So So the first one is a cell visit that was made, at 4 a.m. Cell visited by,
Nebutumba.
was visited by Constable Nebutumba and Constable Marilete with two, I don't know whether the email is what. So Marilete is a handwriting, this is a challenge for now. But it was a cell visit.
Yes.
It was a cell visit for these two members.
Yeah, go to the pertinent one in respect
Yeah.
to
So
the
in
transfer.
respect to the second one that was made at 04:50, prisoners transferred. Detective Sergeant Mohan of National Cold Case Unit with one male suspect of murder on Nongoma case 163 of 6, 2018 Bongani Ndanzi, case cell phone cell register number 64/6 2020 SAP 14A 512-66765 transferred to Flosroras Court without any injury or complaint. Correctly transferred, and then he signed.
Lana-ke
It was 10
kubhalwe
to 5 in the morning.
kabili-ke ngaphansi kwakhe u-534 kunala ebhalwe khona-ke ngo-4 entathakusa ukuthi lapho-ke kwakuyobonwa-ke noma-ke kuyovakashelwa-ke emasel phecelezi-ke i-cell visit uConstable Nebutumba kanye naye-ke uConstable Marilete ukuthi-ke kwakunababili-ke lapho ngaphakathi futhi-ke base kuthi-ke ngo-4:50 u-10 to 5 ukuthi-ke isiboshwa-ke sesiyadluliswa-ke Detective Sergeant Mokane we-National Cold Case Unit nomsolwa-ke oyedwa umuntu wesilisa kwicala-ke lokubulala Nongoma 16336 2018 uBongani Ntanzi cell 6406 2020 SAPS 14A 512-66765 wandluliselwa-ke eFosloras kwinkantolo yaseFosloras engalimele kungekho futhi akhala ngako uma wahanjiswa kahle-ke kwabe sekuyasayinwa.
Now let's go to this aspect, Lieutenant Colonel. There are two matters, the Nongoma case 16310 of 2018 and the other matter, the 412 matter, the murder case investigated by Officer Mtolo. Were they finalized?
You are finalized, my lord.
Asize kulokhu-ke amacala amabili-ke lana-ke icala leli-ke lokutholakala nasipam kanye naleli-ke elaliphenywa kuyena uMtolo ingaba amacala aqhubeka-ke enkantolo kwaze kwafinyelela-ke emaphethelweni aqedwa. Yebo Nkosi enkantolo aqedwa.
Do you know when they were finalized?
Yes, my lord.
When were they finalized?
25th of March 2022, my lord.
Ngabe uyazi ukuthi aqedwa nini? Kwakunge 25 March 2022.
And let's forget about the murder case. The Nongoma case 16310 of 2018 in relation to Mr. Q Buthelezi. How was it finalized?
He was finalized as guilty, my lord.
Kuleli-ke icala lakhe uButhelezi yena-ke watholakala-ke enecala noma-ke icala lamlahla.
And is there a judgment reflecting the finalization in the docket? Will it be there or will it be somewhere else?
I beg your pardon, my lord.
Will the finalization also be reflected on the docket?
There was an endorsement on the document.
Yes, the endorsement on the
Endorsement
docket.
that the case is finalized, yes.
What
Signed
part?
by the prosecutor.
Kwabhalwa kulona-ke idokodo ukuthi ngempela-ke icala lelo-ke laqulwa laze laqedwa nomshushisi wasayinda.
And how was it finalized in respect of Mr. Buthelezi, the possession of unlawful firearm?
My lord, to mean the sentence.
Yes.
The sentence was 15 years imprisonment.
Kwicala-ke leli lokutholakala nesibhamu nenhlavu ngokungekho emthethweni wathola-ke lapho-ke isigwebo-ke seminyaka ewu-15.
And after finalization, what then happened to the case docket 163, Nongoma 163 of 10/2018?
So it was returned back to us, to me in fact,
Yes.
the IO, and then I did the updating on the system, and then the matter was then archived accordingly.
Okwenzeka-ke seliqediwe-ke icala ukuthi liqulwe-ke labuyiselwa kumina-ke idokodo ukuthi-ke ngase ngilithatha-ke ukuthi imininingwane ke leyo ukuthi kwenzekeni ke ngecala ngabe sengiyoyifaka ke kuyona ke noma ke kwi system yethu ngabe sengiyolibeka ke lona idokodo.
And do you know who filed the closure for that file, for that docket?
So as an officer, I was the one who updated
Yes.
and closed it on the system. Then I signed, then I took it back to the original station, of which is Nongoma.
Kwaba yimina ke othi ke enze konke ke ukuthi ke ngilisayinde ke kube yimina ke wevala ke ukuthi ke idokodo leli ke seliqediwe nokuthi ke ngibusele ku police station ekuyona noma la icala ke elabuya khona kwaNongoma.
Now, we are continuing again with the evidence of Sergeant Mohani. He testified in this court and he testified that so far as the Nongoma case 16310 of 2018 is concerned in relation to Mr. Ntanzi, their investigations, the murder investigations, are not complete. Do you want to comment on that?
I don't have any comment, my lord, because I know nothing about the murder case that he was talking about. I only knew this one, possession of violence in a motion of which 163 of 10, 2018, where the suspect is, Peniselano Butilis, my lord.
Masiqhubeka ngabo ke ubufakazi bakhe uDetective Sergeant Mohani wathi ke uphenyo lwabo ke babengekaqedi mayelana nalo ke icala lokubulala ngakuyena uNtanzi angazi lutho ke ngalokho mina ke icala ke engangiliphenye ngeke kumina kwakuyilelo ke lokutholakala nenhlamvu kanye futhi ke naso isibhamu kwakuyelakhe uqiniselane Buthelezi.
Furthermore, my lord, when this docket was archived, no one has ever take it from the station maybe to do any other investigation except me. Before I came to this court, I went to Nongoma and then I took it from the archives, and then I came with it here in court. No one has ever took it.
Futhi ke emuva kokuthi ke seliqediwe ke icala leli ke akekho ke umuntu masene emuva kokuthi sengalibuyisela khona kula police station kwaNongoma owahamba ke wayothatha idokodo wathi ke uzoqhubeka ngophenyo ngaphandle kwami ke Nkosi enkantolo ngaphambi kokuthi ngize la kule nkantolo ngihambile ngaya khona kwaNongoma ngalithatha idokodo ngeza nalo la.
And have you ever received an indictment from the DPP KwaZulu-Natal or DPP Gauteng charging Bongani Ntanzi with murder in that docket?
I never received any indictment.
Kukhona yini ke owakuthola ke kubashushisi eKZN noma kubashushisi khona la eGoli eGauteng ukuthi ke lapho bathwesha khona uBongani Ntanzi kulona idokodo lelo akukho engake ngakuthola.
Now, Lieutenant Colonel, let me ask you this bluntly, as blunt as I can. If a suspect is arrested for murder, he is charged for that murder. He is held in custody for that murder. He is questioned about that murder. But he has never brought before a judicial officer in respect of that murder. What does that say about the legality or the lawfulness of the arrest of that suspect in that matter?
Simply, it is unlawful.
Objection, my lord. I understand the colonel before court. He's a colonel in the South African Police Services. He's not a judicial officer to make such a determination. Yes, court, please.
As the court pleases, my lord. My lord, I've heard the colonel's answer. You said it's unlawful.
But you know
I'll
that
withdraw.
it's not a competent answer.
Yes, I'll withdraw
Yeah, I'm just saying, we all know that
hence
it's
I
not a
said-
judicial office.
Yes, as I said, I'll ask it as bluntly as I can. I withdraw it, Colonel.
Thanks, my lord.
Now let's go to the case administration system that you talked about earlier on, and I said I'll come back to this aspect. Does the case administration system, as we speak today, not in 2016, today, does it reflect that there's a murder charge against Mr. Ntanzi in relation to the Nongoma case 163 of 2018?
No, my lord.
Uma singabuyela ke umbuzo woqala ke angutolanga ngoba ke umeli uye wathi ke uyawuqoqisa ke njengamanje njengoba sikhuluma hayi ngo2016 uma singabuyela kulolu hlelo okhulume ngalo i-case ukuthi ke khona la esho khona ke ukuthi ke kunecala lokubulala ngakuyena umnumzana uNtanzi kulolo dokodo cha akukho ukushoyo.
Does that
Sorry, just before you proceed,
Yes.
sir. Are you aware of something called South African Secrets Act, where they store, amongst others, the unfinished cases or stale cases? Are you aware of that
No, I'm not aware, my lord.
exigency?
No, I'm not aware.
The unit which is, this guy was part of,
the cold case unit?
yeah.
Yeah, but aware of the court case unit.
Are you referring to the same thing Mr. Ramosipidi is referring to, or a different one?
No, I think it's a different because
That's the point, yeah.
Yeah.
Because the ones this court had to deal with was said by Mokhani that it is in terms of the Official Secrets Act. Nobody has access to it unless you're a policeman. Are you with me?
I'm with you, my lord.
That's it.
In
You
that-
remember, Mr.
I'm trying to digest what the court is saying.
Oh,
I'm trying to follow what the court
the docket which you were reading here, which was got by Mr. Mgomezulu, somehow. He got it from some policeman, you remember?
docket of the-
A page.
Yes,
This-
I remember.
Hey, my
Yes.
lord.
Yes, it was
Yeah, this was in this court.
from the system. I
That's
remember
it.
that page, yes.
And then it came here, and then I issued an order that the councils here shouldn't have access to it. But I found you reading it, all of you.
Yes.
I'm referring to that
Did not-
because that's what Mr. The official investigating
Kumalo.
officer of this case, by the way,
Belinda.
Gininda said he was busy with. That these cases are all over, and they've taken them together to form a unit of them. Okay.
My lord, I think, firstly, Mr. Mgomezulu, what Mr. Mgomezulu brought was an extract from the case system.
Yeah.
In respect of 163, this one, not any Secret Service Act, whatever the court is mentioned. It was in respect of this. And
Yeah, that's true.
Mohane then said Ntanzi is involved in several
Yes.
other matters.
Yeah, that's
and
true.
he brought that list, which is Exhibit WV, and that is, and I'm doing this in passant because these issues shouldn't bother us that much. Otherwise, we'll have to call all of those IOs like this one, and then we'll find other things. Mohane, except he says so, that Bongani Ntanzi is involved in that matters. He's never produced a single
Yeah, fine.
document
That's not the problem.
or a single case system, like I'm asking about the case system. Now I can send this brigadier over lunchtime. Brigadier, in fact, I'm going to challenge you. Over lunchtime, you are a police officer. There's a central police station. I can accompany you here. You don't know Pretoria. Extract a case system on Mr. Ntanzi ID and come back to court and show this court whether what Mohane said, that Ntanzi has got 5 other matters registered against him, is reflected in the case system of the SAPS.
Ngelunch-ke ngingakuphelekezela-ke ngoba-ke iPitoli ungayazi kune-police station ekhona lana uye kuyona-ke i-system leyo-ke ebizwa ngokuthi-ke i-case kuloko ayikushilo umuhane ukuthi-ke kunamanye amacala amahlanu anayo ngakuyena intanzi ubone ukuthi ungakuthola yini lokho lapho.
Let's proceed with the case system, Lieutenant Colonel. Does that case system show you and Sergeant Mohane as investigators for 2 different cases? You for the firearm and Sergeant Mohane for the murder case?
Yeah, according to system, he can't system registers 2 cases with the same case number. Unless if you add a charge on the existing charge. There's a murder, there's a possession, and then you want to add a charge. Then you can add the charge on the system.
Ingabe-ke i-system leyo iyakwazi yini ukuthi iveze wena-ke ibese iveza naye-ke umuhane ukuthi wena-ke uphenya elesibhamu kanye ney'nhlamvu umuhane uveza-ke yena-ke uphenya elokubulala. Angeke-ke i-system leyo-ke iveze-ke okubili-ke ngaphansi-ke kwenamba eyodwa ngaphandleni kokuthi-ke wena-ke ngala kunecala lokutholakala nesibhamu ney'nhlamvu bese wena-ke wengeza noma ufaka elinye.
Furthermore,
yes.
my lord, if you add a charge on that existing case number, still you are going to charge the existing suspect, of which is Utelis.
Yes.
You won't charge the second suspect because you are adding a charge to existing suspect.
futhi kokunye okuzokwenzeka ke ukuthi ke lana uzothwesa icala omunye umuntu ozomthwesa icala noma ozomthwesa icala uyena ubuthelezi ngokuthi ke use wongeza phecelezi wa-eda ke elinye icala hayi ukuthi ufaka omunye umsola kusezoba uyena ubuthelezi.
Now are you happy
I'm
with that?
done,
Okay,
my lord.
thank you so much. Now, would the case system also reflect the date and time when the docket was registered for the first time?
That is correct, my lord.
Ingaba ke la system kuzofaka ke futhi ke i-date kanye nesikhathi ke la khona idokodo labhaliswa okokuqala. Yebo Nkosi enkantolo.
Would it reflect the officer by rank and by personal number who registered that document?
That is correct, that is correct, my lord.
Nephoyisa ke ngesikhundla igama okuyena ke owabhala noma ke wabhalisa ke idokodo lelo. Yebo Nkosi enkantolo.
Would the case system also record the police station where such a docket was registered?
That is correct, my lord.
Ngaba ke ne-police station la ekwabhaliswa khona lokho nayo izovezwa. Yebo Nkosi enkantolo.
Would the case system also reflect when a particular suspect was charged?
Yes, oh, my lord.
Ingabe izosho yini ukuthi umsolwa thizeni ke wathwesa icala nini? Yebo Nkosi enkantolo.
Would it also show the exact date and time of the person that charged the suspect?
That is correct, my lord.
Ngaba izokhombisa yini ke i-date kanye nesikhathi ke saloyo okuyena ke owathwesa umsolwa icala? Yebo.
Would it also show by name, rank, and personal number who charged that particular suspect?
That is correct, it shows.
Ukuthi ke nge-date nenamba yakhe ke yomsebenzi phecelezi ke i-personal number ukuthi ke ubani loyo okuyena owathwesa icala umsolwa loyo? Yebo.
Would the cast system also reflect the first appearance of the suspect at court?
That is correct, my lord, it shows.
Ingabe izokhombisa yini ukuthi iliphi ilanga lokuqala umsolwa aya ngalo enkantolo? Yebo izokhombisa.
Will it show the seat or the name of the court where the suspect is appearing?
That it, yes, my lord, it shows.
Nenkantolo la umsolwa aya khona eyobingelela imantshi? Yebo Nkosi enkantolo izokhombisa.
Would it also record the court case number that is allocated for that matter at court?
It will also reflect, my lord.
Ingabe izokhomba ke noma izoveza ke kanye nayo ke inamba ke yasenkantolo yalelo qala lelo? Yebo izokhombisa.
And will it also show further and subsequent remands of the suspect until the matter is finalized?
That is correct, my lord.
Nokuhlehliswa kwalo ke icala kuze kube ke isikhathi la khona ke icala selifinyelela ke emaphethelweni noma seliqedwa ke? Yebo.
Now, will it also show the following? Who the docket was allocated to at the police station as an IO from the case system to the investigating officer charged with that matter?
It will also indicate, my lord.
Kuzoveza yini ke noma izokhombisa ukuthi ke idokodo leli lanikezwa abani ke umphenyi noma ke loyo okusesha icala? Yebo.
And will it also show when the docket is transferred intra-units from one unit to the other?
Yes, it will show, my lord.
Nanoma futhi ke selindlulisela ke kwenye ke i-unit isuka kwenye unit ya kwenye? Yebo nalokho ke izokhombisa.
Okay. Yeah. Sorry for that, my lord. Now, if Sergeant Mohani, as he testified in this court, that he was allocated this matter to investigate as of January 2020 by Brigadier Gininda, would it show somewhere else in the case administration system of the SAPS?
Yes, it will show, my lord.
Uma ngabe ke njengoba uSergeant Mukhane esho ukuthi wanikezwa ke ngoJanuary ka-2020 uyena ke Brigadier Gininda ukuthi aliphenye leqala ngabe kunala ezokhombisa khona ke system? Yebo izokhombisa.
If indeed that thing did happen.
Uma kuwukuthi ke lokho kwenzeka.
And have you ever seen now regarding this matter, case 163 of 10/2018, any recordal that this matter, case 163/10/2018, was transferred from yourself, your unit, to the National Cold Case Unit?
I can say this, my lord, very confidently. So if the case has been transferred to another person, to another unit, so when I was doing the updates, it was going to, the same was going to refuse me, saying that this case is no longer with you. So for me, it was very easy to update up until I closed it on the system because it was still under my name, my lord.
Lokhu ke angikusho ke ukuthi uma kuwukuthi icala leli ke langasekho ngaphansi kwami noma kumina ke lidluliseleke komunye umuntu noma kwenye ke iunit. Uma ngabe mina ke ngangifaka kuyona ke isystem balizongitshela ukuthi cha icala leli ke alisaphethwe uwena kodwa kumina ke kwabalula ke nje ukuthi ke angikwenze lokho.
Now, Lieutenant Colonel, this is my last question to you. Having listened to your entire testimony throughout early morning until now, is there anything else that you'd like to add to assist this honorable court to understand the nature of Nongoma CAS 16310 of 2018? Is there anything else that maybe I've missed that you want to add?
There's only one thing, one aspect here, my lord. There's an entry where the suspect was detained in Pretoria North
Yes.
in transit.
Yes.
So one will expect that on the following day, the suspect is booked to Nongoma because he's in transit
Yes.
on Nongoma case.
Yes.
But this one was never booked to Nongoma. Instead, was booked for investigation. So I don't know how is it happened because you book a suspect here in Pretoria in transit. One will expect it tomorrow. If I book him out, I'm transporting him down to Nongoma. So
Kukhona ke
I
la
couldn't get it right there, my lord.
engakutholanga kahle ke ngoba ke kubhaliwe ke lapha ukuthi ke suspect transito into oyilindeleke khona lapho ukuthi ke umsola loyo ke ngakusasa ke abese eyahamba ke uya kwaNongoma kodwa ke akukho ke okukhombisa lokho okukhombayo ke noma ke okutholayo ke ukuthi ke ukhishiwe futhi ukhishelwa uphenyo yilana ke manje ensengasayitholi kahle khona.
And on that aspect, Lieutenant Colonel, thank you for raising it. And I must be fair to you as a witness that came to this court to know the full picture. As we sit here today, from the 16th of June 2020 to date, Mr. Ntanzi has never been questioned by officers from Nongoma regarding that matter. He has never been transferred to Nongoma regarding that matter. He's never appeared in any court in Nongoma in respect of that matter.
Yeah, that is true because I was the first person to know as in the IO on 163/10/2018.
As the court pleases.
Kulokho
May I
ke
approach a
kusukela ke
pistol
ngazo
to you?
i-16 June 2020 kuze kube manje ke akazeke uNtanzi ayekhona ke kwaNongoma ngalo icala lelo abuzwe ke abaseshi ke noma ke avele enkantolo ngalo icala lelo yebo ke ngangizokwazi ke lokho manje ngoba kwakuyimina ke umuntu owayomseshi noma ephenya lona icala lelo.
State, it's your turn to cross-examine. Oh, I see.
As the court pleases, Mara, those were the questions that I had for the witness. Lieutenant Colonel, thank you so much.
Any questions? Any questions?
My Lord, I'm tempted to ask just one question.
Yeah. Ask as many as you want.
Thank you, Colonel.
Thank you, my lord.
You know, to me, as I'm listening at your testimony, and that which the state, through warrant officer, through Sergeant Mohane put on record, it seems as if there are two case numbers which were registered under Nongoma. There are two charges that were registered under Nongoma case 163/10 of 2018. The one being the charge of murder and the one being the charge of unlawful possession of firearm and ammunition. Do you follow?
I follow.
Mina ke kulalele ubufakazi bakho ke kumina ke kubeke ngathi ke kunamacala amabili ke lana uma kubuya ke ngakulona uhlangothi labeshushisi ngaphansi kwalo icala lelo kwaNongoma ke icala lokutholakala nesibhamu kanye futhi necala lokubulala ngiyakuzwa.
Now, this says to me there could have been some problem with the duplication that was made by the system. Now, the question there too is, how reliable is this system?
My lord, from the experience, the system cannot allocate one and the same case number on different matters or different cases.
Mina ke mayibuza kumele ukuthi ke i-system lena ke ithembakele kangakanani mina ke ukuthi angeke ke i-system lena ke cannot allocate one and the same.
The system cannot allocate one and the same case numbers for two different matters cases.
Angeke ke i-system ukuthi ke i-case number eyodwa ke inikeze ke amacala amabili ahlukene.
Thank you, Colonel. Now, if this system, and basically we yet have to hear that this system is not reliable, because that is not what being said. But now, if this system is really so reliable, then it means one of the charges that is paired with this case number 16310 of 2018 is a trumped up charge.
I cannot comment, but
do you
what-
follow?
Sorry,
Do you follow?
I do follow, my lord.
Yes.
Ukusho ukuthi ke elinye ke lamacala amabili ke kuyicala ke nje engaziwa ukuthi nje laqhamuka kuphi ke icala nje elavele nje lahlanganiswa ke ngiyakuzwa lokushoyo.
Now, you have meticulously and very eloquently set out the basis of the charge of unlawful of firearm and ammunition. Was ammunition involved as well? Or it was only firearm?
It was firearm and 16 rounds of ammunition.
Okay.
Ingabe kwakuyisibhamu kuphela esatholakala la noma neyinhlamvu kodwa neyinhlamvu zazikhona ke amakanza awu16.
Thank you. I've heard you very clear in your succinctly way of stating out as to the basis of the charge of unlawful possession of firearm and ammunition, which relates to case 16310 of 2018. In other words, you gave a good background as to how did we arrive at this charge of unlawful possession of firearm and ammunition as it relates to KwaNongoma case 163 of 2018. I heard you well there.
Ngikuzwe kahle ke uma ukusho ukuthi kwenzeka kanjani masafika kanjani ke kulona leli cala ke u16310 2018 la kwaNongoma.
Now, and I'm asking this on the background of the fact that this system cannot be faulted, or this system cannot fault itself in terms of allocation of case numbers.
That is correct, my lord. Cannot.
Ngikubuza lokhu ke kulokhu ke usukushilo ukuthi ke uhlelo lolu ke noma i-system leli ke angeke yenze iphutha ke uma ngabe kuza ke kuma number amacala noma ke phecelezi ke ama case numbers.
Now, the second charge that the state, and this is not an indictment to my colleagues, but the second charge that the state seeks to pay with KwaNongoma 163, KwaNongoma case 16310 of 2018 through Sergeant Mohane is that one of murder. Now, we yet have to hear from the state how does this murder case KwaNongoma gets paired with this case 16310 of 2018. Do you understand?
I do understand, my lord.
Manje ke ukuthi ke uzama ukuthi ke uhlanganisa ke ukuthi ke sekwenzeka kanjani ke ukuthi ke leli icala ke nanjengoba umbuso ke manje ufuna ke ukuthi ke ufake leli ke lokubulala ukuthi lokho ke bakuhlanganisa kanjani noma bakwenza kanjani ngiyakuzwa ngosenkantolo.
Now, you have been referred to a number of to exhibit LL and an OB entry where Sergeant Mohane is confirming that accused number 2, Mr. Ntanji, was charged in respect of this Kwanongoma case 16310 of 18 for murder. Do you understand?
I do understand, my lord.
Ukuthi ke la khona ke Sergeant Mohane ke akusho khona ke ukuthi ke ngaphansi kwakhe ke u16310 lona ke ka2018 umnzana uNtanzi icala lethweso lapho elokubulala yebo ngiyakuzwa.
Now, you said you went through the system when you were preparing your move to come testify here. And it's also against the background of the fact that you're saying the system cannot fault itself. Did you find anything relating to Kwanongoma case 16310 of 2018 that talks to murder?
Not at all, my lord.
Shila ukuthi ngaphambi kokuthi uze ngalana ke ubuyele kuyona ke system kukhona yini okutholileke ngaphansi kwakhe u16310 2018 okhuluma ngokubulala cha ngosenkantolo.
I am still wondering, how could this matter have been paired with case 16310 of 2018? But thank you. You are saying once a prosecutor endorses, that is after a case has been finalized, then a prosecutor endorses the case. In other words, he confirms that a case has been finalized and then it gets archived. And there is no further investigation, and there is no further instruction from a prosecutor that the case needs to be further investigated, then it means that's the end of the case there. Not so.
That is correct, my lord.
Mangabe usho kuloko kushoyo ke ukuthi ke selifinyeleleke icala ke seliphothuliwe umshushisi bese ke uyasayinda ke lapho lokho kusho ukuthi ke manje lapho ke seqediwe ngalo icala lelo yebo kusho lokho.
And in this case, the case was finalized on 22 March 2022, which is the date on which the prosecutor endorsed that we are done with this case.
That is correct, my lord.
Kwakunge 22 zika March ke 2020. Sorry.
25 March.
Oh, 25 March, yes, I'm sorry.
Kwakunge 25 zika March 2022 uma ngabe lokho kwenzeka ke umshushisi sayinda ukuthi kuseqediwe ke ngalelo cala.
And according to you, there's no further entry from the prosecutor indicating that there is still this further investigation in respect of this case that needs to be done and that pertains to an alleged matter that is still outstanding.
No, there's nothing that prosecutor told me or informed me that there's another investigation saying it was finalized, gave it to me, updated on the case, archive it.
Akukho ke kunye ngakutshelwa umshushisi ukuthi ke kusekhona ke kusafanele kwenziwe ke kulona leli cala leli noma kusafanele kuphenywe ukuthi ke washiwa ukuthi kuqediwe ngase mina ngifaka ke ku system ngase ngithatha ke ngiyolibeka.
Thank you. Now the following question might not be a comfortable one. Now, is it permissible for a police officer to, let me not actually make a far-fetched example, let me confine myself to the facts of this case because this information is factual. Was it permissible for Mr. Mahane for Sergeant Mahane to act the way in which he did?
Objection, my lord. It's against for the court to make that finding, my lord. The court is seized with the matter, my lord. Yes, the court, please.
As it pleases the court, my lord, this is a colonel who's 32 years experience.
I thought this case is still going on.
Yes. Which one, my lord?
The very one you're asking question, he's a witness in that case.
Oh, yeah.
This
The
case is here about, which case are you here about, man? Sir?
It's a Nongoma one case.
No, we are here about the case of Senzo.
Okay.
Just be wide. We are not here about the non-Goma case. You just told us it's finalized, it's finished.
Yes,
Thank you. And that's how I see it.
I'm asking about the Wanongoma, my lord, 16310 of 2018.
Yeah, but it's bringing an objection. It says this case is still on.
Which one?
Hey, just tell them. Hell,
The witness is testifying regarding Fostora's case 636 of 10/2014, and then that's where the court is seized with the method to make a finding, my lord, not to make a finding on the Nongoma case 163 of 10/2018.
Okay.
And he's a witness in the Fostora's case 63610 of 2014. That's correct.
Yes, my lord. That is the reason why we basically hear. That is, we hear about Foslores case 636. But I'm specifically asking
go
about.
ahead, go ahead.
Yes.
Because it's obvious we're not on the same wavelength.
Excuse me, my lord.
We are not on the same wavelength.
Yes.
Yeah.
Sir, a conduct of this nature, based on a broader experience as a police officer, is this permissible?
My lord, I don't know whether I should respond. But
Just be
I think-
honest.
But what I can say, my lord, is a matter that needs to be dealt with in respect of the conduct of a member by our principal.
Yeah.
And I cannot be here talking about the conduct of the member. It's only our principals
Yes.
who's going to view it, and then I'll come there as a witness, maybe. I don't know. So
Thank
if
you.
the court can protect me on that.
I am protected, don't worry, I'm protected,
lana-ke
Mr. Speaker.
manje-ke ngendlela-ke ayiphetha ngayo noma enza ngayo-ke uMokgane ingabe evumelekile yini kwiphoyisa lapho-ke akukho-ke engingakusho labo-ke ekuyibona abasiphethe yibona-ke abasengasho-ke mayelana nalolo daba ngizocela-ke lapho ukuthi-ke inkantolo-ke ingivikeleke kuloko
Yeah, okay.
mina sengingabizwa nje lapho nanjengofakazi kuphela.
Thank you, sir. I've got no further questions, that's just those few items that I wanted to clarify.
Any
Thank you,
questions?
my lord.
I do have questions, my lord. Thank you.
Yeah.
My first question, Lieutenant Colonel, is with reference to the accused person, Iniselani Begimtinda Buteles. Do you know his other name?
Yes, I know his alias name, my lord.
What is his
Umbuzo-ke umayelana-ke noqiniselana Buthelezi ukuthi alazi yini elinye igama lakhe yebo ngiyalazi
His alias name was Makimba Tillis.
igama-ke ayibizwa ngalo emaziwa ngalo kwakuwuMakhimba Buthelezi.
You told this court that the various offenses or charges were finalized against him. Is that correct?
You are far.
You told this court that the offenses that were laid or charges that were laid against him were finalized.
That is correct, my lord.
Ushilo-ke ukuthi amacala ayethweswa wona icala lakhe laqulwa-ke kwaze kwaba segcineni yebo ngosenkantolo.
When was that?
Same date, 25th of March, 2022.
Nge-25 March 2022.
You also told this court that you are the one who arrested him, that is Piniselani Begimtinda Buteles.
I was part of the team. He was, there's a name that we use, the takedown was done by the combat members, of which was TRT and
And the NIU.
But I was there.
Ngangiyingxenye-ke yalo ngikwazi kwakuyi-NIU kanye nayo i-TRT kodwa ngangiyingxenye-ke ngangikhona lapho ngesikhathi noma ngelanga ayeboshwa ngalo.
When was that? When was he arrested? Do you remember? You said you have the docket. You can go through the police docket. In
Okay.
respect of the Nongoma case 163 of 10/2018.
Can I refer to the docket?
Please, you can take it out. When was he arrested?
My lord, he was arrested on the 17th of October 2018, on the day he was found in possession of a firearm.
Waboshwa nge-17 ka-October 2018 kwakungalela langa atholakala ephethe isibhamu ngalo.
You said he was arrested in Nongoma.
That is correct, my lord.
Waboshelwa khona kwaNongoma.
Is it correct that the docket that you are in possession of, there is also the investigation diary, which is part C of the docket?
Yes, there is.
Ikhona-ke naloko okubizwa ngokuthi-ke investigation diary ekuyingxenye-ke noma-ke upart C yalo idokodo.
Is it correct that the diary, that is the docket diary, contains the interaction between the police and the investigation officer as well as the prosecutor involved?
That is correct, my lord.
Ngabe kuyiqinisoko ukuthi lapho-ke kuveza-ke noma-ke kusho-ke okwenzeka phakathi kwamaphoyisa-ke umseshi wecala kanye futhi nomshushisi yebo.
At the time of the arrest, when you took over the investigations, who was your commander?
It was General Kumalo.
Ngaleso sikhathi leso-ke engangimina-ke owayenza uphenyo owayengiphethe-ke noma ukhomanda wami kwakuGeneral Khumalo.
But from the detective side, because General Kumalo was on the uniform side, from the detective side, it's now General Ngwenya, who's the head of the DPCI in the Eastern Cape.
Kodwa-ke kwakuGeneral Ngwenya-ke ngoba-ke kwakunohlangothi-ke labaseshi abaphenyi kanye nalolo-ke le-uniform kwakuNgwenya-ke kodwa manje okusuyena-ke ohola i-DPCI e-Eastern Cape.
From the time of the arrest of Mr. Buthelezi, Makimba Buthelezi, was there an entry in the diary to the effect that there was an outstanding suspect by the names of Bongani Sandi Somtanzi that you were supposed to arrest?
Not at all, my lord.
Ngesikhathi sokuboshwa kwakhe uMakhimba Buthelezi kwakhona kwakubhaliwe yini lapho kwakuthi-ke kwakusenomsolwa-ke ekusafanele ukuthi aboshwe owuBongani Sandiso Ntanzi lutho ngosenkantolo.
Was there a J50, you know a J50, Lieutenant Colonel, which is a document which is signed by the prosecutor and the magistrate? Was there such a J50 warrant authorizing the arrest of Mr. Ntanzi before court in respect of Nongoma case 163 of 10/2018?
No, my lord. If there was, I was the first person to know.
Ngabe ekhona yini-ke i-J50 uyayazi-ke Colonel i-J50 esendwa yena-ke umshushisi kanye futhi nayo-ke imantshi eyayithi kusafanele kuboshwe uBongani Ntanzi. Cha, uma kuwukuthi yayikhona ngangizoba wokuqala ukuthi azi noma abe nolwazi ngayo.
You also told this court that if the docket was booked out, you were going to know about that. You by another unit.
Yes, my lord. In fact, I was the one who was going to, because of the fashion that I have on the system, I was going to be the one who's going to book the docket to another unit. Nobody else except me, because by then I was the detective officer was in charge of all the dockets belonging to PKTG.
Uma kuwukuthi-ke kwakuzofanele ukuthi kudluliswe-ke kwenye i-unit kwakuzoba yimina-ke ngoba ngaleso sikhathi leso-ke kwakuyimina-ke owayephethe-ke noma-ke oyinhloko-ke kuma-detectives-ke noma-ke amadokodo ahlangene nayo i-PKTT.
You also told this court you have got around how many years as a detective, Lieutenant Colonel?
I became a detective in 1996. It's about 30 years, 30 years.
Ngibe umseshi-ke noma-ke umphenyi kwamacala ngo-1996 iminyaka-ke ewu-30.
Is it correct that during that experience you also update the CAS, which is the case administrative system, when you arrest and ultimately when you get a conviction in that particular docket?
One of my job description, every day, I must go to the CAS system, do the update. Whether it's a finance docket, whether it's a court-going docket, whether I assign the docket to an investigating office, I'm the one who's doing that. So almost every day, I'm on the CAS system.
Umsebenzi wami ke ukuthi ke njalo nje ukuthi ke ngibe kuyona ke isystem leyo ke i-case system noma ukuthi ke icala lelo ke seliphotuliwe noma ngizolidlulisela ke komunye ke udetective noma ke lisahamba inkantolo kodwa ukuthi kufanele ukuthi njalo nje ngiye kuyona ke ngiyobhala noma phecelezi ke ngiyo-update khona lapho.
In this court, we have two mutual destructive versions about the case number. We've got the case Nongoma case, which is a murder, Nongoma case 163 of 10/2018, and Nongoma case, which is a possession of unlicensed firearm and ammunition, Nongoma case 163 of 2018. Do you follow, Lieutenant Kenneth?
I do follow.
Phambi kwale nkantolo ke sidokubili-ke noma iy'nkulumo ey'mbili-ke ey'hlukene mayelana naye-ke ucase 163/10/2018 kolunye uhlangothi icala lokubulala kolunye uhlangothi ukutholakala nesibhamu esingemthetho. Yebo ngiyezwa.
You also told this court that there can't be a duplication of case numbers with reference to the charges. As we have followed in this court, we have got two charges bearing one case number.
Yes, it's impossible. System cannot allocate same case numbers in two different cases.
Akwenzeki-ke lokho ukuthi-ke isystem yethu-ke inikeze-ke i-case number eyodwa-ke kodwa-ke kumacala amabili ahlukene.
Unless of course there is a consolidation.
Even if it's a consultation of motion, it's going to have a case number in court, one case
Yeah,
number.
but that is
But-
possible.
Yeah, that is possible. But
Yeah.
in our system, case administration system cannot give.
Yeah, fine, I understand you. And
Yes.
when the case comes to court, you consolidate it.
Yes,
Somebody
yes.
killed somebody in Pretoria, Rustenburg, Pretoria, where. I've been doing this for about 35 years now.
Yes.
Let us deal with consolidation. Let us say let us talk about what you told this court today. Makimbi is arrested for possession of unlicensed firearm and ammunition on the 17th of October 2018.
That is
right?
correct, my lord.
With a J50 warrant.
No, he was arrested at J50 on the murder
Yes,
case.
yes, on the murder case.
On the murder case.
And that murder
Kwakuyicala
case,
lokubulala la khona kumakhimbi aboshwa khona-ke ngencwadi leyana ebizwa ngokuthi-ke i-J50.
yes, and there is a murder case which is 410 of 2016.
That is correct, my lord.
Kube nenamba-ke lapha-ke lelo icala lokubulala 4/10/12 of 2016.
So when he's arrested for possession of unlicensed firearm and ammunition on the 17th of October 2018, he's wanted for that murder case of 2016.
That is correct, my lord.
Uma eseboshwa-ke ngazo i-17 ku-October 2018 uyafuna-ke ngalena ufunela lona-ke icala lela lokubulala.
So by this consolidation, it is meant that, if you'll understand me, that one accused person does not have to appear in court now and then for separate cases. It's better to consolidate these cases with two case numbers to be one accused person appearing in court for those charges.
That is correct, my lord.
Uma kuthiwa kuyahlanganiswa-ke manje lapho-ke kugwenywa-ke ukuthi-ke umsolwa oyedwa-ke avele-ke amahlandla ahlukahlukene evelela amacala ahlukahlukene abese eyahlanganiswa-ke manje ukuthi-ke kube icala elilodwa.
So this Nongoma case, I'm talking about the Nongoma case now, Lieutenant Kenneth.
Yes.
The Nongoma case, the murder charge, Nongoma case 163 of 10/2018. Would I be correct, Lieutenant Kenneth, that it does not exist on the system?
On the system, it does not exist.
Manje-ke icala lolu lokubulala-ke uNongoma case 163/10/2018 kwi-system alikho.
Yeah, on the system, you're right.
On the system, the cast
There's a
system.
possibility, he knows. There's a possibility a case can be closed, like you have closed this case, right?
Yes.
And after 15 years, through ballistics or other evidence, you find evidence which matches the very close case you have closed 15 years back.
Yes.
You go and retract it. Is that not
Reopen
so?
it.
Hello?
You use the word reopen it.
Yes.
You will reopen it, but
That's it, yeah.
it will still bury the very same case number
That's
that
it.
it buried 15 years ago.
Yes, the fact that it was closed 15 years ago,
Yeah,
normally sometimes it doesn't mean that is the end.
yes.
Just for practical purposes and filing systems, it is the end. But there's a possibility that it can be revived.
Yeah, it does not exist on the system. And the case that opened 15 years ago, Lieutenant Colonel, is it correct that it has to be registered on the system?
No, if you reopen, you can't register it. You cannot. If it is closed in archive,
Yes.
you want to revive it because of the certain investigation that comes out, it will reopen, but it's going to bury the very same case number that when you
Yes.
close it, it was 163. After 15 years, you will
It
come back
remained.
with 163.
Yes.
Uma ngabe ke iqala ukuthi ke mhlawumbe kusemuva kweminyaka eyishumi nanhlanu ke lavalwa ke uma ngabe ke usuphinda asithi ke mhlawumbe ngokuqhubeka kophenyo ke kukhona ukutholakele uma ngasuku usuphinda ke ulivuselela ke manje lizophinda libuyiseke leya case number endala elalinayo kwiminyaka ewu15 ngesikhathi ke lalivalwa.
Maybe you did not get, or I was not clear on this question. My question is, a case that is committed 15 years ago will be registered with that Nongoma case 163 of 2005 or 2006, and it will go to the archives, right? When
Yes.
it resurfaces or it is reopened, it will come back on the system with that very same case number.
That is correct.
Icala lelo ke khuluma ngalo ukuthi ke emuva kweminyaka ewu15 mangabe seliphinde livela ke noma libuya futhi ke kwisystem ke lizoqhamuka ngayo leyo case number leyo elalinayo.
From the backdrop of your answer, Lieutenant Colonel, that this case number, the murder case number, Nongoma case 163 of 10/2018. Can you comment, Lieutenant Colonel, was his arrest, that is accused number 2's arrest, on the 16th of June 2020 legitimate? I'm basing this on your answer that this case number does not exist on the case system.
Objection, my lord. We've already objected to this line of questioning before. It's not for this witness to make such a finding.
No, my lord, I'm asking the witness from the backdrop of his answer that the case number, Nongoma case 163 of 10/2018, which is a murder charge, does not exist on the system. Can one say then that the arrest of Mr. Ndanzi on the 16th of June 2020 legitimate? That is his arrest and detention on the 16th of June 2020 at Pretoria North Police Station legitimate? That is what I wanted to find out from the witness before this court. Now I find that there is an objection from the state. If the witness has an answer to the question that
Yes,
I'm
Mr.
posing to him,
Doctor, you want
he
to
can
respond?
answer to the question.
My lord, whether the arrest is legitimate or not, it is a judicial determination. This witness cannot assist with that. He does not know the full facts that led to that arrest, my lord. And he was not part of the investigation team in Gauteng that investigated Mr. Bongani Ndanzi, my lord. And whether this arrest is legitimate, my lord, I believe the question will have been proper in a civil context, in a civil court, my lord, not before this forum. That's good, please.
Ukuthi ke kwasemthethweni noma ke ngokumthethweni yini ke ukuboshwa kwakhe uNtanzi nge16 zika June 2020 kule mpendulo ke ufakazi ayinikezile ushutshisa ukuthi ke akusiwena ke ufakazi lo ongaphendula lokho isiphumo leso ke esesingathathwa ke iyona inkantolo.
In fact, my lord, the rules are the same. The rules are the same in litigation when it comes to civil and
But how can this
and
witness
criminal
speak?
matters.
Sorry, how can, maybe with hindsight, maybe, if he was also an investigating officer in that case of Buthelezi, maybe, ne? If he was the investigating officer even in that one, and the one which you say is not legitimate, having two aspects of the investigation within you, maybe.
Maybe.
No, ask him.
He
Here
was the investigation
Wait, he's 36 years in the field. Ask him. What do you say to what I'm putting to you?
My lord, my comment would be that I do not know
That's it.
in 2020 whether, I do not know in 2020 what evidence did they have on 2020. So it's very difficult for me to comment on that.
Akulula-ke kumina-ke ukuthi-ke kungakhona engakuphawula noma engakusho ngoba-ke angazi ukuthi ngo-2020 ngesikhathi eboshwako ukuthi ibuphi ubufakazi ababe nabo.
But from the statements, is there anything in the docket, Lieutenant Colonel, that would have directed other units to investigate this case in the direction of Mr. Ndanzi before court?
No, there's
From the
nothing.
statements, you can go through the docket, Lieutenant Colonel, and open
Come
the
on, this
docket.
witness can't answer that question. Ask him again.
Let me ask again.
Yeah, again and again.
In the way
Can't
that,
answer
I'm,
question.
in the manner that I'm asking the
Yeah,
question,
yeah,
madam.
ask
So
him.
Yes.
in this document, my lord, there's no statements that direct to Undans.
Yeah.
Kuleli-ke
It was a
idokodo
direct possession.
Yeah.
Persons found with a firearm, he failed to give the explanation to police, and then they charged him, went to court.
kuleli-ke idokodo abukho ubufakazi-ke obukhomba kuyena-ke uNtanzi ukuthi-ke uphenyo lalungathi-ke luye noma lungajika-ke luye ngakuyena uNtanzi.
My Lord, I see that my client's hand is up. I'm not done with my questions. May I
No,
approach
you
him?
can ask. Go and ask.
Thank you. In fact, my Lord, I see that it's 12:58. I think it is convenient that you take a long
Take your
adjournment.
state instruction. 12:58.
Yes, 12:58.
Oh, is that
Yes, maybe
1
it is
o'clock?
convenient that you take a long adjournment.
Are you supposed to go back to Natal?
Please correct, my lord.
Well, I won't waste your time. Such a
That the reason why this issue about these case numbers is so contentious and we are debating it now is because Mr. Ndanzi was arrested on the strength of the Nongoma murder case 163 of 2018. Do you understand that?
I do understand, my lord.
Isizathu ke sokuthi udaba lolu ke lube udaba ke okhulunywa ngalo noma ke sikhulumisana ngalo kangaka ingoba ke umnumzana uNtanzi uma eboshwa waboshelwa ke ngaphansi ka noma eboshelwa lona ke iqala leli ke lakwaNongoma 163/10/2018 yebo ngiyakuzwa.
On the 2nd of November 2023, you might not know about this. This is the evidence of Sergeant Mokhane in court, Lieutenant Colonel. This is what he told the court. On the 2nd of November 2023, Mr. Mokhane, that is at line 19, Mr. Mokhane, since we were already aware that it was him, that is Mr. Ndanzi, since our informer had given us information about him, then I asked him what he knows about the Nongoma case.
Lana afunda khona ke uadvocate ke ukuthi ke ubufakazi bakhe ke uSergeant Mokhane bange2 November 2023 uthi nanjengoba sasesazi ke ukuthi kwakuyena ukhuluma ngaye ke uNtanzi ukuthi ke loyo ke ositshelayo ke information phecelezi informer yethu washo ukuthi uyena.
I'm following, my lord.
Ngiyalandela.
On the same date, the 2nd of November 2023, at page 17, from line number 3, that is now the question by my colleague, Advocate Baloy. Yes, which are those rights that you explained to him, that is Mr. Ndanzi? Or how did you go about explaining those rights, Mr. Mokhane? We first told him that we are arresting him regarding the Nongoma case. Firstly, we told him that he has a right to remain silent. Do you follow?
Usebuzwa ke umshushisi ke uMokhane ukuthi ke amalungelo ke namnikeza wona noma mamtshela wona kwakuyiwapi samqale samtshela ukuthi simbophela icala lakwaNongoma ngase ngimtshela ukuthi unelungelo lokuthi athuleke angasho lutho.
I'm following, my lord.
Ngiyakulandela Nkosi enkantolo.
On the same date, the 2nd of November 2023, at page 18, at line 7, it's questioned by my colleague, Advocate Baloy. Mr. Baloy, as the court pleases, my lord, we have not yet received his notice of rights. As soon as we received it, it will be handed in as Exhibit LL1. Exhibit LL1 is a notice of rights, Lieutenant Colonel, that was shown to you by my colleague, Mr. Ramsepel.
Yes, my lord, I'm following.
On the same date, the 2nd of November 2023, at page 24, from line 14, sorry, line 15, Mr. Baloy. But regarding Mr. Ndanzi, which language did you communicate with him in, Mr. Mokhane? We use English, Zulu, and Tswana. Mr. Baloy, yes. Mr. Mokhane, we, that is me, together with late Mabena, ask him what he knows about the murder case of Nongoma. Close quotation. Do you understand that? You follow?
Lana ke uthi ke wayebuza kuyena noMabhena ukuthi ke wazini ke iqala lakwaNongoma.
I'm following, my lord.
Yebo ngiyakulandela.
Earlier on, before our long adjournment, the lunch adjournment, you told this court that the Nongoma, that is the murder case, the Nongoma case 163 of 10/2018 does not exist on the case system.
Yes, the case that exists is Nongoma 163 of 10 to it's a possession of unlicensed firearm, not murder, my lord.
Kwisystem yethu ke uma uyobheka laphana ke uzothola ke ngaphansi kwakhe Nongoma case 163/10 of 2018 ukutholakala nesibhamu nezinhlamvu hayi iqala lokubulala.
Would I be correct, Lieutenant Colonel, to put this proposition to you that it exists, that Nongoma case 163 of 10/2018, the possession of unlicensed firearm and ammunition, because it is registered on the caste system?
Yes, it does exist because it was registered.
Lelo ke lokutholakala nezinhlamvu kanye nesibhamu ke ngaphansi kwakhe 163/10 of 2018 ikhona ke system ngoba ke labhalwa noma ke labhaliswa khona lapho.
Therefore, Lieutenant Colonel, on what basis are you saying that the Nongoma, the murder case 163 of 10/2018 does not exist?
So if one goes to the system, you punch Nongoma case 163 of 10, the system shows you that there's only one case of his possession. No other case that pertains or relates to 163 of 10.
Kungasiphi ke isizathu ke Colonel usho ukuthi ke u16010 2018 iqala lokubulala alikho ingoba ke uma ngabe uya ku system yona ke ubusufaka yena ku 16010 of 2018 kuyiqala lodwa kuphela ke elizovela lapho alikho elinye elizovela.
From the body of the evidence, from the transcribed record, Lieutenant Colonel, that I've read to you, it's clear from this record that Mr. Ntanzi, accused number 2, was arrested, interviewed, and ultimately he was charged using the notice of rights in terms of section, sorry, not in terms of, yes, in terms of section 35, that is the SABC 14A. You follow?
I cannot be precise that he was charged because in this case 163, he was not charged. There's the docket, there's a proof, he was not charged. So from what they issued him with notice of rights, is where does they take it from, I don't know. But from the original case, he was not charged.
Lana ke kule SAP 14A ke ngiyabona ukuthi ke wathweswa icala libhaliwe kokubulala ukuthi ke babethatha kuphi ke lokho angazi kodwa kulona ke idokotela leli ekuyilona ke eliphethwe yimina alikho ke akekho akazange athweswe icala lapho.
So, as of now, Lieutenant Colonel, you cannot tell this court that that murder docket, the Nongoma case 163 of 10/2018, it relates to what murder, who was the deceased, and where it originates. You except to say that it's a Nongoma case, you cannot tell this court that.
It's difficult to tell the court about that because I know nothing about it. That murder that relates to 163.
Kunzima ukuthi ngatshela inkantolo ngoba ke angazi lutho ke ngaka ukuthi ke kubani washona lapho ukuthi ke kwenzekani imininingwane yayo ke angeke ngitshele inkantolo ngayo.
You know, Lieutenant Colonel, Brigadier Gininda came before this court in possession of a docket. He told this court emphatically that it was the murder docket, Nongoma case 163 of 10/2018.
Yeah, my lord, it's very difficult to comment on that. Where did he got it from? I really don't know. Because in that case, by then, it was with us or either the prosecutor. It was moving between us as police going to the prosecution.
Kunzima ke ukusho ukuthi ke uBrigadier Gininda ukuthi idokotela lo walithola kuphi ngoba ngaleso sikhathi leso ke idokotela linathi uma ngekho kuthina ke laliya kubashushisike lalihamba phakathi kwethu amaphoyisa kanye nomshushisi.
So on the face of that evidence, Lieutenant Colonel, your emphasis is that Nongoma case 163 of 10/2018, which is a murder docket, does not exist on the case system.
Yes, on the case system does not exist. The one that exists is the possession of unnecessary firearm ammunition.
Uma uya ke kuyona ke system yethu ke ufaka lona ngaphansi kwakhe u163 10/2018 bese uthi ke icala ukubulala alikho ke lapho kodwa ke elikhona ilelo lokutholakala nesibhamu kanye futhi leyinhlamvu.
You also told this court, Lieutenant Colonel, that at some point you met Brigadier Gininda at King Shaka International Airport. You recall that?
Yes.
Uyakhumbula
Yes,
ukuthi
my lord.
ngitshela inkantolo ukuthi wahlangana naye Brigadier Gininda e-airport eKing Shaka yebo.
If you can remember, Lieutenant Colonel, it was around which period of the year? Do you remember in which year did you meet him?
I'm trying to. I think, if I'm not mistaken, my lord, it was the year 2021 or 2022.
Uma ngisakhumbula kahle ngicabanga ukuthi kwakungonyaka u2021 noma u2022.
Why I'm saying this because by then I was not fully fit from my sickness, so I was not. But it was rather over that time, 21 or 2022.
Isizathu ke sokuthi ke ngisho lokho ke ingoba ke ngangingeka lulami kahle ke noma ngingekaphili kahle ke kwisimo sami sokugula ke ngakusona ngangithi ke phakathi ko-2021 no-2022.
Can you just briefly, again, Lieutenant Colonel, remind us why you had to meet him there at King Shaka International Airport?
How about my lord?
Why did you meet him there? For what purpose did you meet him there?
I was informed by my principal that Brigadier Kinenda wants to see us regarding this case. So let us go and hear from him. That's the words were uttered to me by General Command. Let's go to see him. What does he wants to get from us? So we're going there just to listen what he needs to assist him with. So we're just going there like that. So we did not spend much. I think the longest it was 10-15 minutes, then we're done.
Amazwi ke aloyo ongiphethe ke wathi ke uBrigadier Gininda ufisa ukuthi ahlangane nathi ke mayelana nalo ke icala leli sizoya ke nje lapho siyolalela ke ukuthi ke yini ke afisa ukuthi ke singamlelekelela ngayo noma ke ayifunayo kuthina impela ke saya ke lapho akuzange kuthathe noma qede ke imizuzu noma ewu10 noma phakathi kwemizuzu ewu10 noma ewu15 kwabe sesiqedile ke.
Yes, you indeed meet. What did you discuss with him? That is Brigadier Gininda.
We discussed as to who was arrested in this matter regarding the firearm. Did you receive maybe the ballistic report? And then if I'm not mistaken, we gave him the lab number because he wanted to do a comparison. So I think he took the lab number and went to forensic to check for him whether this firearm does not link ballistically into the matter they were investigating.
Okwenzeka ke lapho wayefisa ukwazike ukuthi ubani wayeboshiwe ke kulelo cala lelo nokuthi futhi ke imingabe imiphumela sayithola yini ke imiphumela yesibhamu samnikeza ke inamba yase lab ukuthi wayizoya ke noma ukuthi waya ke khona elab ukuyoqhathanisa ke imiphumela ke nokubheka ukuthi isibhamu leso sasinga kwakungekho kusihlanganisayo yini necala lelo bona ke ababeliphenya.
So the lab number that you were giving him was for the ballistic report in respect of the possession of an unlicensed firearm and ammunition in respect of the Nongoma case 163 of 10/2018.
That is correct, my lord.
Manje ke lab number enamnikeza yona ke kwakuyi lab number yesibhamu ke lesesatholakala ke kanye nezinhlamvu ngaphansi kwakhe ke 163 10/2018 yebo ngosenkantolo.
So did he tell you to which case, the murder case, was he going to do the comparison with that lab number of that Nongoma case 163 of 10/2018?
No, personally to me, he didn't tell me. Maybe we would share, maybe they discuss from the side, I don't know.
Mina ke akazange angitshela ukuthi ke iliphi ke icala lokubulala leli awayizoqhathanisa ke imiphumela yesibhamu nalo mhlawumbe ke ugeneral yena ke bakhuluma ke eceleni angazi.
When you meet him, that is Brigadier Gininda, did he tell you that he was the investigating officer of this case? The phosphorus case 636 of 10/2014, which is the murder of the deceased Mr. Senzo Meyiwa.
My lord, he never told or mentioned the matters that were investigating. Said there is a case that they are investigating. He did not specify which case, which station or which case they are investigating.
Uma nihlangana ke noBrigadier Gininda ngaba wanitshela yini noma wakutshela yini ke ukuthi uyena ke owayesesha noma ke ephenya icala leli ke 63610 of 2014 icala lokubulawa noma lokushona kwakhe ke umnumzana uSenzo Meyiwa akazange alisho ke icala noma washo nje ukuthi ke unecala akaliphenya kodwa akaze ke anikeze ngemininingwane.
So maybe the reason, my lord, I know that they are investigating cold case. So cold case, there are a lot of cases whereby you get an information and then you take a label number to make a comparison on the number of cases that you're investigating. So I was that in mind, with maybe there's a number of cases that he wants to compare, except that he said he's going to do a comparison in one of the cases they're investigating.
Engikwaziyo-ke ukuthi-ke wayesebenza ngaphansi kwayo-ke i-cold case unit ukuthi-ke kunamacala amaningi-ke awaphenya noma-ke abawaphenyayo ukuthi mhlasimbe-ke kwelinye lalawo macala lawo-ke wayezohamba-ke ayoqhathanisa imiphumela yesibhamu leso.
So the possibility cannot be ruled out, Lieutenant Colonel, that it also involved the comparison in respect of this case, the investigation that were going to be done.
I won't comment on it because it was for first time meeting with Brigadier and then I did not question him more. So I just listened to them and then give what he wanted from us, then we left.
Kungenzeka-ke Colonel ukuthi-ke lokuqhathanisa lokho kuwukuthi-ke uqhathanisa nalo icala leli akukho-ke engingakuphawula-ke noma engingakusho lapho ngoba kwakuyihlandla lokuqala ngikhuluma noma ngihlangana naye ubrigadier akukho okuningi-ke engakusho noma sakhuluma ngako ukuthi nje ngimnikeze lokho-ke ayekufuna noma-ke akucela.
When you meet Brigadier Gininda, Lieutenant Colonel, at the King Shaka International Airport, did he tell you that he was also the investigating officer of the Meda Nongoma case 163 of 10/2018?
No, not at all, my lord.
Umuhlangana naye kubrigadier Gininda eKing Shaka Airport ngabe washo yini-ke ukuthi-ke icala u-163 10/2018 lakwaNongoma uyena-ke kuphenyayo? Cha, Nkosi enkantolo.
Did he tell you, Lieutenant Colonel, at that spot where you met at the King Shaka International Airport, that Mr. Ndanzi before court was a person of interest in respect of the murder docket which did not exist at all, which is the Nongoma case 163 of 10/2018?
My lord, we did not discuss much. And then he never disclosed to me any matters that they are investigating. He wanted to find out on this case that I am investigating. Do you have maybe a ballistic report? Because the information that I have, that far up there to find from this accused we are arresting, there's a possibility that this firearm might link in one of the cases that I'm investigating.
Nkosi enkantolo akukho kuningi esakusho-ke noma-ke esakhulumisana ngako-ke ukuthi njena-ke kuphela-ke ukuthi-ke isibhamu lesi noma akusho ukuthi-ke kungenzeka ukuthi isibhamu lesi ositholeke kumsola lesi noma nisithole kumsola lona-ke enimbophile ukuthi-ke siyambandakanyeka kwamanye amacala la noma kwelinye kwamacala engiwaphenyayo.
From your massive experience, Lieutenant Colonel, of 30 years, that's massive. Have you conducted investigations on a docket that is not on the case system, a docket that does not exist? Have you done that from your experience?
No, I never done it. If it was that it's not on the case system, so I cannot, because even the principals, if they come for inspection, they are going to find out. They're going to ask me, why are we having this docket, whereas it's not there on the case system?
Angeke-ke kwenzeke noma kunyaka-ke enginayo ngisebenza emaphoyiseni ukuthi-ke ngiphenye-ke idokodo elingekho kulona i-case system nalabo abangiphethe uma bangafika-ke bangathi-ke kunedokodo la kodwa alikho laphayana kwenzeka kanjani-ke ukuthi uliphenye noma usebenze ngalo.
Furthermore, my lord, even if it is an inquiry, the inquiries get registered. It's subjected to inspection. If that inquiry has got a potential to become a case, what's the word? You can change it to case if it is inquiry and become a case and then you investigate.
Nanoma-ke kusewukuthi-ke kusenophenyo noma-ke kusaphenywa-ke uma ngabe kubonakala-ke ukuthi-ke kukhona-ke kungenzeka ukuthi leli-ke kube yicala-ke bese kuyarejisterwa-ke ila selizoshintshelwa khona-ke kuyona i-case.
In your massive experience, Lieutenant Colonel, have you interviewed suspects, even gone to an extent of charging them on a case that does not exist? Have you done that?
That's impossible. The system will deny you that. Because it said this case does not exist. Or the system said this is a valid case number. So if you charge a person on the existing case, automatically the system said accused number 2. Because this accused that already exists. So if we charge another one, it goes to accused number 2. But if we charge him, still we'll be charging him on the existing charge, of which is a possession, if it's a possession. Yeah.
Kusuka kwenzeka-ke kule minyaka onayo-ke usebenza njengephoyisa ukuthi ke ufuna ngemibuzo noma ke uthweshe icala-ke umsolwa-ke noma la ekungekho khona-ke imininingwane noma ke icala lelo kungekho kwi-care system, lokho-ke akwenzeki. Uma kuwukuthi licala lelo likhona libhaliwe-ke kwi-care system, usufaka omunye umsolwa-ke, lona-ke kuzoba yiyona-ke system ezothi-ke manje umsolwa wesibili ngoba-ke uyamengeza usekhona omunye.
So, when did you get that docket, the Nongoma case 163 of 1028 in the possession docket? When did you get it? When did you retrieve it from the files?
So where did I
Yeah.
go and collect it from Longom?
Yes.
It was on Thursday last week.
Ngabe angibuza ukuthi ngiyenini kwaNongoma ukuthi ngiyothola idokodo leli bekungevikela indlule ngoLesine.
Can you go through the diary, Lieutenant Colonel? What is the last entry that was made in the docket? When was it made? What does it concern? What does it talk about? Can you read it for the record? The last entry.
As the court pleases, my lord.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm not quite certain that the information that is privileged, that is in the part C of the docket, can be made available to anyone. That information is for the prosecutor as well as the defense, the state. And the defense even objected last week when we wanted to refer to that part of the diary when we were taking it through General Shaban through cross-examination.
Sorry, General, is it on part what of the docket?
Part C. Part C.
And that is privileged.
That is privilege.
You know that.
I know that.
Thank you.
Has it not been, my lord, common practice in this court that we find some of our colleagues referring to the diary?
Yeah,
At some
this
point, why is it when it is us, then we are prevented from this witness to read the entry, just one entry in the docket?
It's privileged. You want State versus Shabalala.
My lord, I know State versus Shabalala.
What does it say?
But my point is, my
Fine.
lord,
What does it say?
it's privileged information.
That's it. Let's get on, please. You know it's
I'm-
privileged.
No,
You're not
my-
entitled to it.
My lord, it should be 50-50 because
Aye.
the state referred to this diary.
That's not the law. I can't sit here and break the law. You know the law says it's privileged. You say we must go and peruse it. I can't do it. Maybe when you are a judge, you will do it fine. Not me.
Just one question, Lieutenant Colonel. When was the last entry that was made in that docket? I don't want the information now, I just want the date. When was the last entry, the date?
My lord, it was 2022.
Angifuniki
When
imininingwane.
it was referred to court.
Angifuniki imininingwane kodwa nje uma kugcinwa-ke ilanga lokugcina kubhalwa lapho kwango-2022 uma ngabe lihanjiswa-ke liya enkantolo.
So I know that this matter, Nongoma case, does not exist, Lieutenant Colonel, but in respect of that docket, was it ever booked to the court case unit?
As I earlier mentioned, my lord, I was the one who was in charge of transferring, receiving the docket because of the function that I have on the system. So it was going to be me who was going to transfer the docket. It was going to be me when they bring it back to receive it. So I never done that.
Ngabe-ke idokodo leli ngiyazi-ke ukuthi-ke ushilo-ke ukuthi icala leli-ke u-16310 of 2018 lokubulala-ke ukuthi alikho kodwa-ke ukuya-ke kwi-cold case unit ngabe-ke wena yini-ke noma la dluliswa yini idokodo leli nanjengoba ngishilo ngaphambilini ukuthi kuloko kwakuzokwenziwa yimina ukuthi-ke liye kubona nokuthi futhi uma ngabe-ke belibuyisa-ke futhi-ke litholwe yimina angikaze ngikwenze lokho.
Lieutenant Colonel, during the times that you were in charge of the investigations up to today when you appeared before us, has it ever occurred somewhere, noted, registered, that police officers from the court case unit came to Nongoma to retrieve the Nongoma case the murder case 163 of 10/2018?
No, I have no idea, my lord.
Ngabe khona yini la wabhala khona-ke kuma-notes akho kwincwadi zakho kwidayari yakho ukuthi-ke amaphoyisa-ke e-cold case eza-ke kwaNongoma ezofuna-ke lona-ke icala leli noma idokodo leli? Cha, Nkosi yenkantolo, anginalwazi.
Thank you so much, Lieutenant Colonel. Thank you, my lord. My lord, I've got one request from my client.
Yeah, fine.
It's based on the docket that was produced before, and on the docket that was produced by Brigadier Geninda.
Yeah.
He seeks assistance from the state to have that docket by tomorrow so that we can have an inspection of the docket. That is the Nongoma case, the murder case 163
Talk
of
to your colleagues
10/2018. I just wanted to place that on record, my lord. Thank you.
Mr. Doctor, well, they want a docket.
Mr. Ngomolo knows what to do.
Hello?
I'm saying Mr. Ngomolo knows what to do. You make an application for disclosure of that docket to the state.
Okay.
Yes.
My lord, I don't know what application now because we've been here for over how many years? For over 2 years, 3 years. 3 years, I'm sorry. I've never made an application for the disclosure
Is that
of
the law,
certain
Doctor?
information. It's just a docket that we request. We want to see the docket, not to read. We want to see the docket. It was brought here before court.
What are you saying?
My lord, if it's a forced arrest case 636 of 10/2014, I'm obliged to disclose it to my colleagues. And I don't know what is so difficult by making an application to the state to say, please furnish me with the copies of the following dockets so that I can have a record as well. It's
Okay.
not difficult.
May I do that?
Hello?
May I do that application?
There's your colleague, Hope.
He says I must place it on record. Is he not
Which
saying
record?
that?
He's just placed it on
He
record.
says I must speak on the microphone
Oh, I thought when you speak there, you're getting through to the microphone.
and make an application. He says I must speak on the microphone, my lord, and make an
Yes, I
application.
heard you. That's why I say I think it's on the record what you're saying.
Oh, yes, yes, it's already
Hey, my
there.
lord, is that
Yes.
difficult?
No, it's not. It's already there. Thank you.
Any questions, ma'am?
Lieutenant Colonel, there is evidence that was tendered before this court that Sergeant Mohane and Brigadier Geninda were investigating many cases against Mr. Bongani Ntanzi, and one of those many cases was a case which falls under Nongoma case 163/10 of 2018.
My lord, I'll be like, I have no idea.
Kunobufakazi-ke obethulwe phambi kwale nkantolo ukuthi-ke uBrigadier Geninda kanye naye-ke uSergeant Mohane banamacala amaningi ababewaphenya ngakuyena-ke uBongani Ntanzi. Elinye lawo-ke lawo macala lawo kwaku-163/10/2018. Nkosi yenkantolo ngizobe ngiqamba amanga, anginalwazi.
And it is your evidence that you were the police officer that was allocated as an investigating officer under Nongoma case 163/10 of 2018, and the name of Bongani Ntanzi was never a suspect under this case.
It never, my lord.
Kubufakazi bakho-ke ukuthi wena-ke wayephenya-ke icala lelo lakwaNongoma 163/10/2018 nokuthi-ke uBongani Ntanzi kwakungasiyena umsolwa akaze Nkosi yenkantolo abe uyena.
Okay. From your knowledge, whether from the docket that is in front of you or whether from the system that we are able to check the history of the docket, have you seen any information or any entry saying that this case was requested by the cold case unit in Pretoria to investigate it?
There is no such on the system. All what I know that they did arrive at Nongoma with the intention to get the docket, only to find that the docket was with us, and it was a court going. That's why they called me to assist with the copies. I said the docket is with the prosecutor. I'm going to assist you by giving the number of the prosecutor. Talk to him and arrange how to get the copies. That was the end of the story by that time.
Ingabe ke ulwazi lwakho ke noma ke ku system noma ke kudokotela leli ke onalo phambi kwakho ukuthi ke ithimba ke lase Pretoria le cold case leza ke lizofuna ke noma ke lizo cala lona ke idokotela leli lalo lecala leli engikwaziyo mina ukuthi ke kunesikhathi ke la abafika khona ke noma abaya khona kwaNongoma ilapho ke ngathola khona ke ucingo becala amakhophi ke ngase ngisho ke ukuthi ke icala leli laseliphambi kwenkantolo nokuthi ke idokotela likumshushisi engakwenza ukuthi ngibanikeze ke inamba yakhe umshushisi kwagcina lapho ke angazile ukuthi kwenzekani ke.
What I can highlight, my lord, as far as I'm concerned, they did not do the homework, because if they did their homework, the system will go to show this docket of Nongo is no longer 81 Nongo, is with Lieutenant Colonel Kumar, who is at PKDT. So they drove all the way to Nongomo to find that the docket is not there. But if they check it before they left Pretoria, it was going to be easy for them to communicate with me before even they drove down to KwaZulu-Natal. Unless if they were doing work in the side, I do understand.
Okusho ke ukuthi abazange bawenzeke umsebenzi wabo ke ngoba ke uma kuukuthi ngaphambi kokuthi ke basuke ke ePitoli babebhekile ke qala isystem yezobatshela ukuthi ke idokotela leli ke manje selikena ke uLieutenant Colonel Khumalo osebenza ngaphansi kwayo ke iPKTT babengeke ke basuke lana bahambe baye kwaNongoma ke ngoba yayizobatshela ke ngaphandleni kokuthi ke babe nomsebenzi ababewenza ngale.
Okay, thank you, Lieutenant. When they called you regarding the Nongoma case 16310 of 2018, the name of the suspect was not Mr. Bongani Ntanzi at the time when they called you.
That is correct, it was not Bongani.
Ngesikhathi ababexhumana nawe ngaso umsola noma igama lomsola kwangasiyena uBongani Ntanzi, yebo kuyiqiniso lokho.
And when the same docket was taken to the state advocate, Mr. Gaba, the name of the suspect was not Mr. Bongani Ntanzi.
It was not, it was Mr. Ptilis.
Nangesikhathi ke dokotela leselindluliselwa kena kumshushisi umnumzana uGaba igama lomsola kwangasiyena uBongani Ntanzi, yebo kuyiqiniso lokho kwakumnumzana uButhelezi.
Is it also correct that you eventually received the docket back from Mr. Gaba?
That is correct, I received it back from Mr. Gaba.
Kuyiqiniso ukuthi ke wase kamuva ke uthola ke noma libuyela kuwena ke idokotela libuya kuyena umnumzana uGaba, yebo kuyiqiniso.
Did it come back with the name of the suspect as Bongani Ntanzi when it came back from the prosecutor now?
Coming back from prosecutor, it was still bearing the name of Mr. Ptilis, not Ntanzi.
Uma selibuya ke kuyena umshushisi umnumzana uGaba ingabe selibuya ke manje linegama lomsola elubongani Ntanzi, cha lesabuya ke linaleli yagama lika mnumzana uButhelezi hayi uNtanzi.
Okay. Do you know when that docket was closed?
By me,
No, it may not be
means finalized.
finalized, yes.
It was finalized on the 25th of March 2022.
Uma ngabe selivala ke kuqedwa ke ngale dokotela kwange 25 zika March 2022.
And what were the results
The,
that are endorsed outside in that docket? If you
the
can just,
accuser was found guilty as charged.
Lapho ke umsolwa walahlwa ke amaqala la ayiwathwesiwe.
and that person who was convicted under this case is Bongani Ntanzi?
No, under Mr. Ptilis.
Ingabe umuntu loyo ke owalahlwa amaqala ke phansi kwayo le number lena ke kwakumnumzana uNtanzi, cha kwakuButhelezi.
You also testified that the two dockets were consolidated. The Nongoma case 163-10-2018 and Nongoma 410/12 of 2016.
This is correct, my lord.
Kushilo ukuthi la madokoda amabili asehlanganiswa ke uNongoma 16310/2018 kanye noNongoma 410/12/2016, yebo kuyiqiniso lokho.
So it means when they were consolidated before trial.
That is correct, my lord.
Ngabe okusho ukuthi ke uma kwenziwa lokho kwenziwa ngaphambi kokuqulwa kwecala yebo kuyiqiniso lokho ngosinkantolo.
When the Nongoma case 16310-2018 was finalized, was also Nongoma 410/12/2016 finalized?
That is correct, my lord.
Uma ngabe sekuqedwa ke ngecala leli ke noma ke sekuphothulwa ke icala leli u16310/2018 kusho ukuthi ke naleli ke u410/12/2016 naleke laphothulwa yebo ngosinkantolo.
Do you know what were the results?
Only the first one, 410.
410.
Yes, I do know.
Yes. Can you tell the court?
The first count, there were 11 counts in total, but the first count was life imprisonment.
Ngiyazi ke dankuleli ke u410 ukuthi ke imiphumela ke yathini amaqala ke lapho ke ayithesa wona ke awu11 kodwa ke lokuqala ke lona kwaba ke udili kajele.
And the person who was convicted there, was it Bongani Ntanzi?
No, it was not Mr. Ndavs, it was Mr. Buthelezi.
Umuntu ke lapho walahlwa ke icala kwangasiyena uBongani Ntanzi kwakumnumzana Buthelezi.
So it means both of them, as they were consolidated, but they were also finalized.
That is correct, my lord.
Ngabe ke kusho ukuthi omabili ke nanjengoba ngaba ahlanganiswa ke kodwa ke kwagcina aqedwa ke omabili yebo ngosenkantolo.
Okay. I've heard there is a notice of right that has been read in this court, and we have also been referred to the OB end wherein Mr. Ntanzi was detained under Nongoma case 16310 of 2018.
Yes, I saw that.
Ngizwile ke lana ke kunephepha ke lamalungelo elifundiwe ikhona ke neOB efundiwe ke lana la umnumzana uNtanzi awayevalelwe khona ke ngaphansi kwakhe 16310/2018.
So it means Mr. Ntanzi was detained under the case that was not investigated by Mr. Mokhane.
That is correct.
Okusho sorry.
It was investigated by me, 163/10. I was the investigating officer.
Okusho ukuthi ke lana ke umnumzana uNtanzi wayevalelwe ke icala ke elalingaphenywa uyena uMokhane yebo imina ke umuntu wayephenya 16310/2018.
But for me, that doesn't make sense. How would Mokhane know the case number? Are you with me?
I don't know.
Hello?
I don't know, my lord. Just tell
No,
the-
I'm just saying, common sense tells me.
He-
Wait. Gininda was here. When we were dealing with confessions and what have you, one of the allegations was that this case involved the Buthelezi brothers. Do you remember that evidence?
Yes, my lord.
Do you remember?
Yeah.
Take it from there. You'll see the pieces. So
Yes.
for me, with my experience, I'm sorry to brag. It's no surprise that there is a person called Buthelezi in Nongoma. When I followed the case, how it was unfolding, that there were two Buthelezis, and one was said to be in prison. And when the Guineans went there, they found that that person is dead, etc., etc., etc. That's how you go about the investigation. So it's like these guys were chasing a non-existent human being. Beninda went to the airport, they went to Natal, etc., etc. So you can take it from there.
Yes, my lord, the problem is that here, the person is arrested and is detained on the case that does not exist. And then the court is asking me from where Mokhane gets that case number. That's what we are trying to show the court, that
No, fine,
Mokhane
you're
fabricated the evidence.
You are right, because you are busy with the case of not Ntanzi, of Senzo. You are busy with the case of Senzo. And the epithets of the so-called Buthelezi brothers, they emanate from that case, as far as I was following the evidence.
And
Or we can ask
my
your
lord,
brother.
the case that they referred to this court to, it's a false case, it does not exist. That's
Okay,
what we are
fine.
trying
Okay,
to establish
You've
with
heard
this
me. You've
witness.
heard me.
Yes.
You're fine.
That's what we are clarifying with this witness, my lord, to say that case that Mokhane referred this court to, whether it's for Buthelezi and Buthelezi, it's a false case that
Oh.
does not exist.
Okay.
That's what this witness is telling this court.
You never said it's a false case.
It's a false case, it does not exist, my lord.
It may not be just registered. Just educate my brother here, my sister. Do you know whether it exists or not?
There's only one case that exists, is this one,
Registered.
registered.
That's the
Yes.
word we should use.
Yes.
Not exist, because
Registered.
you can't vouch to the existence of that case.
I'm sorry, my lord. The case that's of this only
That's
this.
language for you.
But the case cannot exist if it's not registered in the system of the SAPS, my lord.
Oh,
This one that Mohane referred to does not appear anywhere in the system of the
and
SAPS.
consequently doesn't exist.
It doesn't exist.
Fine.
Let's not be shy to say
No,
that.
fine.
Let's not protect the evidence, my lord.
I'm not, please.
It
Wait.
does not exist,
You know
my
what?
lord.
I'm 8 years old, okay?
Yes, my lord.
I'm older than your father.
Yes, my lord. Yes,
And
I
please treat me
understand.
with respect.
I'm
Okay,
treating with respect.
Fine.
But let's
Okay, just go on.
Let's speak the facts, my lord. This case that Mohane referred this court to does not exist. Whether it's difficult to swallow that, but it's the truth that exists in this case. Can I ask for the adjournment, my lord? I cannot proceed under these circumstances. I've been distracted. I need to cool down myself.
Yeah, you can go out and cool down. I'm not getting
I
anywhere.
can't proceed today, my lord.
No, fine. No problem.
Yeah.
When do you want us
I'll
to
proceed
adjourn
tomorrow. Yes.
Are you available, say, tomorrow?
I'll try to make the arrangement with my principal
Hello?
because I'm going to arrange the arrangement with my principal because I was here for 1 day.
For 1 day only.
If 1 day only, I was not aware that matter will be rolled over to tomorrow.
Okay, so what do we do?
But if the court needs me, there's no way. I'm going to tell my principal that tomorrow I'm needed also. So I'm going to sleep over and then come back tomorrow.
Are you also going to work tomorrow?
I'm supposed to go to work, my lord.
Okay, let's adjourn until tomorrow.